Ideas have the power to transform lives and unlock the extraordinary within us. It, it is said that youth is not just a phase of life. It is a force, a revolution, a superpower waiting to be unleashed.
With India being home to the largest youth population in the world, 66% of its total population under the age of 35, we are witnessing an era of boundless potential. The ideas, dreams, and ambitions of young minds today will shape the world of tomorrow. And that is why we are here, to celebrate the spirit of youth, to empower voices, and to decode the secret superpowers that lie within each one of us. I, Anika,
And I, Meera,
extend a warm and enthusiastic welcome to all of you on behalf of Team EuroSchoolKharadi and our esteemed principal, Dr. Reshma Sheikh. It is an absolute honor to host the 4th edition of TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi, a platform where ideas are nurtured, stories are shared, and change begins. Let's embark on this journey of discovery, courage, and innovation together. Welcome to TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi. Great stories happen to those who can tell them, rightly quoted by Ira Glass. Stories have the power to inspire, to challenge, and to spark transformation. A TEDx talk is more than just a speech. It is an idea brought to life, a perspective that can shift the way we think. Today, we have gathered to witness 16 extraordinary speakers from diverse backgrounds, each ready to share their unique journeys and insights.
as Margaret Mead once said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals can change the world. Indeed, it is only the thing that ever has. Our spectacular 16 are here to do just that, aligning their voices with this year's theme, Decoding Secret Superpowers. We are truly excited to hear their inspiring talks. Best of luck to all our speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Let's continue with the proceedings of this remarkable event. May I now invite our Vice Principal, Ms. Afreen Sheikh, and our Academic Coordinator, Ms. Abha Khare, to lead us into the guest felicitation.
Hello.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Oh, we can be better. Good morning. Fantastic. So it is our privilege to honor the esteemed visionaries from Lighthouse Learning, the driving force behind EuroSchoolKharadi, and to commemorate their invaluable contributions, I now invite our principal, Dr. Reshma Sheikh, to present them with a token of gratitude, a symbol of growth, wisdom, and vitality in our culture as nature's magic elixir. So this is the Tulsi sapling. To start with, I welcome amidst us our dignitaries for the Lighthouse Learning Group, Ms. Shipra Jain, AVP Brand Marketing and Advocacy, EuroSchool.
We also have Ms. Isha Shetty, Brand Manager, EuroSchool.
Mr. Pradeep, our City Operations Manager. Can we welcome him with a round of applause?
Now let us proceed with the felicitation of our esteemed speakers as we embark on a journey of enlightenment and inspiration. I would like to request our Master Malhar Cholke.
Next we have Ansh Srivastav. Come on, the clapping shouldn't stop.
Next we have Lakshmi Ananya Kunanki.
I would now like to call Ms. Shweta Chatterjee.
I would now like to welcome Ms. Isha Bapat.
Let's welcome Kanav Tejwani.
It's time to welcome Nina Thakur.
Next, can we have Amrita Joshi?
I would like to welcome now Ms. Jia Shah.
Audience, put your hands together for Shriansh Ravi Kumar.
Let's welcome now Mr. Shiv Charadia.
Can we have Arav Agarwal?
Let's welcome Ayukt Nair.
And next we have Haniah Wahab.
Let's put our hands together for Vyom Gupta.
And last but still very special, Vandana Dogra.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone. I welcome all the speakers and the guests.
Thank you, Abha ma'am. Thank you, Afreen ma'am. Light is a universal symbol of truth, knowledge, and understanding, a guiding force that keeps us from stumbling in the dark. By lighting the lamp, we embrace its deeper message, a reminder of peace, positivity, and fierce spirit within each one of us here today.
May I now request our co-organizer, Ms. Malaika David, to escort our esteemed principal, Dr. Reshma Sheikh, along with the Lighthouse Learning dignitaries and our distinguished speakers, to light the lamp and officially commence the event. Following this, we will be treated to a vibrant dance performance by the talented students of EuroSchoolKharadi, adding a touch of grace and energy to this special occasion.
भ्रमन्निलिम्पनिर्जरि विलोलवीचिवल्लरी विराजमानमूर्धनि जगद्जगद्दगज्ज्वलल्ललाटकट्टपावके किशोरचन्द्रशेखरे रतिप्रदीक्षणम् प्रमोदमानमानसे कृपाकटाक्षधोरणी निरुद्धगर्धरापदि क्वचित् दिगम्बरे मनोविनोदमेतु वस्तुनि जटाभुजङ्गपिङ्गळस्फुरत्फणामणिप्रवाहदम्बकुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्तदिग्वधूमुखे मदान्तसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीयमेतुरे मनोविनोदमद्भुतं विपत्तु भूतबन्धरी
Thank you to the talented dancers for your mesmerizing performance. I now invite Miss Malaika David, co-organizer of TEDx Youth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025, to set the context, officially kick off the event with the TEDx introductory montage.
A very good morning to everyone. A truly special event is here. We welcome our 16 speakers to TEDx Youth at EuroSchoolKharadi, the 4th edition that we are holding this year with maximum student participants. Can we have a huge round of applause? TEDx is a grassroots initiative, a non-profit organization that sparks ideas worth sharing, where people from different walks of life, they share their ideas, experiences, curiosity. It ignites curiosity of different learners, bringing the community together. The TEDx office is at California, Vancouver, Canada as well, where Chris Anderson, the head of TEDx, runs the entire initiative, and it comes down and seeps into us, staying miles away, Pune, India, and so many other places of the world. And without further ado, I, Malaika David, co-organizer of TEDx Youth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025, kick off the event with the official TEDx introductory montage. Thank you.
This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
A true leader inspires growth, fosters innovation, and ignites a passion for learning. Under the visionary leadership of Dr. Reshma Sheikh, EuroSchoolKharadi has evolved into a hub of excellence, creativity, and transformative education. It is my honor to invite our esteemed principal, Dr. Reshma Sheikh, five-time TEDx organizer, licensee, and curator of TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025 to address the gathering and share her inspiring insights.
Thank you so much, Meera, the young little lad, for that kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls standing, sitting right here today, and my dear colleagues and team members. We talk about superheroes all the time. We want to be the people who watch the movies with the latest superheroes at the probable first show. So Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, all of these are superheroes and each of them have got superpowers. So some of them can fly, some of them can climb up a wall, some of them can run at the speed of lightning, some of them have super strength, I'm talking about Hulk, and more such superpowers that each superhero has. Today, sitting right here, right now, are those 16 superheroes with 16 inherent superpowers right within them. Yes, they deserve a louder round of applause. So we have 16 superpowers, superhumans right within us. The only difference between them and between any of us sitting in the audience today is that they have managed to crack the code. They have managed to crack the code of the superpower that exists within them. So let's talk about superpowers. What are superpowers? Superpowers are very simply those little aspects of our own personality that make us unique. Not all of us need to fly across the sky. Not all of us need to crawl on walls. And not all of us need to run at the speed of lightning. But some of us should be kind. There are some of us who need to empathize. There are some of us who are great communicators. There are some of us who are amazing leaders. There are some of us who simply are team builders, team players, they belong to a team. There is one topic that simply says a superpower means letting things go. So superpowers mean anything that make you unique. And if I have to kind of compare them to the superpowers that the so-called fictional characters carry, so all our fictional characters are called superheroes because in some way or the other, they are helping the needy, they help the challenged, they create change among society. And today, I think the amazing talks that you're going to hear from our 16 superheroes are those little aspects of their personality which will create a difference among all of us sitting right here, right now. So TEDx is all about sharing ideas to make a difference. Today, they are going to share these ideas with all of us. In a month or so from now, their ideas will be shared across the world. And should they be able to make a change for even one individual in this whole wide world, I would call that success. So on that note, I congratulate them on being able to decode that secret superpower and bring it to all of you here today. So without much ado, a huge round of applause for amazing superheroes right here, the 16 spectacular superstars. Over to you, team, and to begin with the next series of events here.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to be captivated and inspired by our dynamic speakers today? Let's give them a warm round of applause.
I, Arya.
And I, Vivan, are thrilled to take the show forward. Let's begin with our speaker for the day, Haniah, a bright and curious grade 5 student from EuroSchool High-Tech City. A passionate reader and learner, she enjoys diving into books and watching horror movies.
Haniah loves spending time with friends, playing games, and creating meaningful moments. She constantly challenges herself academically, striving to improve and grow. Curious, creative, and determined, she believes that learning is an adventure. And today, she is here to unlock our hidden superpowers. Let's welcome Haniah with a huge round of applause as she shares her insights.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Haniah. Today, we are going to talk about unlocking the extraordinary within us. What if I told you that you have superpowers? Not the kind in comic books, no laser eyes or flying capes, but real, powerful abilities hidden inside us. The problem? Most of us never find the key to it. But today, we are going to decode those hidden superpowers and unlock the extraordinary within you. How do we do that? It starts with introspection. It starts by identifying your strengths. And it starts by embracing your flaws. Ask yourself, what are the things I do effortlessly that others might struggle with? Sometimes our greatest strengths are hidden within what we perceive as weakness. Take dyslexia, for example. Many dyslexic individuals excel in creativity and problem solving because their brain processes information differently. Superpowers without purpose is like a car without fuel. What drives you? What impact do you want to have? So the first step in decoding secret superpowers is when we start acting with purpose. The first code we are unlocking is kindness. Imagine walking into a room where everyone is angry. You can almost feel the tension in the air. But then, someone smiles at you and says something kind. Suddenly, the whole room feels lighter. That's because kindness is a superpower. Did you know kindness can literally change your brain? Scientists found out that when we are kind, our brain releases oxytocin, a hormone that makes us feel happy and connected. There's a story of a boy who saw his classmate sitting alone at lunch every day. One day, he decided to sit next to him and share his food. That small of kindness, it gave the lonely boy hope. Years later, the same boy became a counselor, helping others who felt alone. Your kind words and your small gestures create ripples. You don't need super strength to change someone's world, just kindness. Have you ever fallen off a bicycle or failed at something important? Did you give up or did you try again? The moment you stood back up, that was resilience in action. Resilience is like time travel. It lets you move past failure and into the future where you're stronger. J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, was rejected by 12 publishers until one finally said yes. Imagine if she stopped at rejection number 10. We would have no Hogwarts then. Every challenge and every setback is like a locked door. Resilience is the key that helps you move forward. Have you ever just known when a friend was sad when they didn't say anything? That was empathy. The ability to understand and feel what others do. Empathy lets you step into someone else's shoe. And when you do, you become a mind reader. Not with magic, but with heart. A young girl named Malala Yousafzai saw that girls in a country were not allowed to go to school. She felt their pain, their dreams, so she spoke up, even when it was dangerous. She faced threats, she was attacked, but she never stopped fighting. And today, because of her, millions of girls have access to education. When you deeply listen to others and when you truly care, you unlock the power to change the world. But here's something even more fascinating. These aren't just theories. They're scientific realities waiting to be tapped. And how do you think you can do that? You can enhance your predictive thinking by training with music, strategy games, and reaction exercises. Tap into super endurance by using breathing techniques, exposure to cold, and endurance training. Rediscover navigation instincts. Spend time in nature and detach yourself from digital reliance. Expand sensory perception by engaging in synesthetic exercises. Each of these practices strengthens the power that already exists within us. The greatest tragedy isn't lacking superpowers. It's not realizing that you already have them. Now, the most important secret. All of these powers, kindness, resilience, empathy, aren't just something you have. There's something you choose. Every day you get to decide, will I be kind or not? Will I try again or give up? Will I understand others or ignore them? Superheroes aren't people with special abilities. Superheroes are people who choose to use what they have for good. Superpowers don't require a costume or a dramatic origin story. They require awareness, courage, and the willingness to act. Now that we have decoded all of these superpowers, the question is, will you leave the room the same way you walked in, or will you activate that's already inside you? Here's your mission. Pick one superpower and use it today. Be kind to a stranger. Bounce back from failure instead of quitting. Truly listen to someone who needs you. Small actions unlock big transformations. Superpowers aren't fiction, they're real. So starting now, you're in control of decoding the extraordinary within you. Thank you.
Can we have a big round of applause for Haniah? A heartfelt thank you, Haniah, for your inspiring words. Your talk reminds us that real superpowers lie within the choices we make every day. Could we please request you to stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Ms. Shipra Jain to present Haniah with a memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth EuroSchoolKharadi 2025. Thank you, ma'ams, and thank you, Haniah.
Our next speaker is someone who truly embodies the power of rhythm, discipline, and adaptability. Let's welcome Shiv Chordia, a grade 12 student at Symbiosis International School, whose journey has been shaped by a unique blend of music, sports, business, and fashion.
Shiv discovered his passion for the tabla at the age of 3 and has trained for 9 years under Guru Shankar Kuchkarji, earning second place in a state-level tabla competition. Beyond music, Shiv is a state-level tennis player and an accomplished fashion model, having walked ramps in London, Dubai, Milan, and Paris. His dedication was recognized when he was crowned Mr. International in Pune by Viv's Fashion School. Shiv's story highlights how our roots, experiences, and passions shape the superpowers within us. Today, he shares how balancing tradition and modernity has helped him unlock his potential. Let's welcome Shiv Chordia on stage.
Lakshman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a kind request to please keep your phones on silent. I repeat, please keep your phones on silent as it could disturb the speakers. Thank you.
No ma'am, ऐसे नहीं, इधर चाहिए. No, थोड़ा ऐसे. हाँ, थोड़ा अंदर. ऐसे गोल लगा, गोल. The score was 5-love. I was losing badly. It was the semi-finals of a state-level tennis tournament, and I had been completely outplayed. But as I wiped the sweat off my face and looked across the court, I heard my father's voice in my head. Not one of comfort, but one of fierce determination. He wasn't the type to console me with "it's okay." He was the type to say, "Fight until the end." And so I did. I pushed back. I played every point like it was a match point. 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4. The momentum was shifting. I could feel it, and for a moment, I actually thought I could win this. And then, in one final rally, my opponent hit a shot that I couldn't reach. 6-4, match over. Not how you expect stories of determination to go, right? I lost, but I walked off that court with something far more valuable than a trophy. The realization that you don't always win, even with sheer determination. But as long as you give your best, it doesn't matter. And this lesson wasn't just from tennis. It was from my family. Growing up in a house with 4 generations under one roof was like living a masterclass of life and business. Every dinner table conversation was a mix of past wisdom and future ambition. My great-grandparents were the embodiment of resilience. Having built a life from scratch, they taught me that setbacks are just setups for comebacks. My grandfather believed in the power of togetherness. He nurtured a loving bond within the family. And my father was the risk taker. He was all about taking action. Seeing him navigate through high-stake business decisions in life taught me that knowledge without execution is meaningless. And my mother, with her quiet strength and empathy, taught me the power of uplifting others. She is the unsung hero of the family's success. These values weren't just spoken, they were lived. And then there's my brother, my silent superpower. His unwavering support and guidance have given me the courage to explore my passions and hobbies. He taught me the importance of being in the moment and to always dream big and aim high. Most importantly, he taught me the true value of human relationships and how they are superior to any materialistic pleasures. Beyond family and experience, spirituality was my anchor. The wisdom of my spiritual masters and gurus taught me the ultimate purpose of life and gave me the clarity in chaos and strength in struggles. At times, we must surrender to the divine and let the divine guide our way. And there are many ways to connect with the divine: through prayer, through devotion, through reflection. And for me, that connection was through music. Playing divine hymns on the tabla wasn't just about rhythm, it was a meditative experience. At the age of 3, my mother placed my tiny hands on the tabla. Not because she wanted me to be a musician, but because she had read that tabla playing stimulates both hemispheres of the brain, improving focus, coordination, and problem-solving skills. But the tabla became much more than that for me. It became my first teacher in discipline, patience, and precision. Learning the tabla wasn't easy. Hours of practice went into even perfecting a single composition. And that's where I learned that mastery isn't about talent, it's about dedication. It taught me that greatness isn't achieved in a moment, but in the unseen hours of practice. Later in life, when I picked up a tennis racket, I realized the same principles applied. The coordination and timing I developed from the tabla helped me in tennis. Understanding when to strike, when to hold back, and when to adjust. The tennis also brought something new. It gave me the ability to stay in the fight no matter the score. But it needed one more element, and that was self-confidence, self-belief, and confidence. If you don't trust yourself in the crucial points, you'll hesitate, and hesitation costs you points, games, and matches. And that's where I found an unexpected teacher, modeling. At first, I thought modeling was just about looking good in front of a camera. But I quickly realized that it's about a lot more than that. It's about owning your narrative, understanding your presence, and commanding a room. If I had to define my superpower, it wouldn't just be one thing. It wouldn't be tennis or the tabla or business alone. It's a fusion of them all. It's the ability to to bring the discipline from tennis into my tabla practice. It's the ability to use the patience that I gained from tabla in making business decisions. It's about using the adaptability from modeling in different life situations. And that's my superpower, the harmony between these rhythms, the foundation built by my family, and the experiences that shaped me. If there's one thing I hope you take away, it's this: your roots are your greatest strength, and you need to learn to embrace them. The values passed down through generations, the experiences you've embraced, and the passions you've cultivated, these are your secret superpowers. That day on the tennis court, I lost, but I walked off that court with something way more valuable than a trophy. The realization that winning, that the game isn't just about the final score or about winning. It's about how you show up, how you fight, and how you carry those lessons forward. So, I ask you, what are your rhythms? What superpowers lie in your roots? Find them, embrace them, and let them guide your way. Because the strongest people aren't just those who work hard. They are the ones who know where they come from and where they're headed. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Shiv, for your inspiring story. You've shown us that true superpowers lie in embracing our roots and passions. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Ms. Isha Shetty to present Shiv with a memento in appreciation of his participation at TEDx Youth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Shiv. Please welcome the incredibly talented Sharanya Konjetti, a singer and songwriter whose soulful voice and heartfelt performance captivate audiences everywhere.
check, 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 check. Check, check.
नहीं 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 ये बातें हैं पुरानी। कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। हा 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 थामा, हाँ रोका इसको किसने, हाँ ये तो बहता पानी। कैसी कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। La 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 la. Zoo 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 zoo. पीले से इसमें नशा, जिसने पिया वो गम में भी हंसा। पल में हंसाए और पल में रुलाए कहानी। कैसी कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। ला 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 ला। जू 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 जू। पीले जिसने पिया वो गम में भी हंसा। I left all my heart, and as it fell, you rose to claim it. It was dark, and I was over until you kissed my lips and you saved me. My hands are strong, but my knees are far too weak. Stand in your arms without falling to your feet. But there's a side to you that I never knew, never knew. All the things you say, they were never true, never true. And the game you play, you would always win, always win. But I set fire to the rain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Well, it burned when I cried, 'cause I heard you screaming out your name, your name. I set fire to the rain, and I threw up into the flames. Well, it feels something nice, but I knew that that was the last time, last time. Oh, 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 let it burn. I set fire to the rain, and I threw up into the flames. Well, it feels something nice, but I knew that that was the last time, last time. Oh.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharanya. A huge round of applause. Now, we would like to felicitate Shriansh Konchetti with a Tulsi sapling. I would like to call upon Dr. Reshma Sheikh to do the honors.
So I'd just like to tell you a little about Shriansh Konchetti standing right here. And she looks like the unassuming person, and you probably would question where she's come from. I have to ask you to give it up for her because she has been our TEDx speaker from 2024. Can we have a huge round of applause? And besides this, I have to tell you that she has just given her grade 10 board exams, right? Yes, just a few days ago where she finished it, and she couldn't have been more than 14 or 15. How old are you? 16. So at 16, her superpower is her amazing voice, her confidence, and her ability to be a TEDx speaker at such a young age. So can we have a larger round of applause for Shriansh? And also a small anecdote. It was just yesterday when we were doing the run-throughs for today's TEDx. I asked Abha ma'am, who's a close friend of her mom, my coordinator for middle and secondary school, Abha ma'am, can you stand up and wave out? So I just asked Abha ma'am, do you think Shriansh would like to perform on the TEDx platform this year? And it all started from there, and this is where it has culminated. Thank you so much, Shriansh. Ever grateful.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is a young dreamer who believes in the power of words. Let's welcome Jia Shah, a grade 2 student at EuroSchoolKharadi, whose positivity and determination shines through everything she does.
Jia is a bright and enthusiastic learner who loves dancing, cycling, and the arts. As the youngest member of a close-knit family, she is deeply inspired by her grandmother and dreams of becoming a doctor, dedicated to healing and helping others. Her mission in life is simple: spread love, happiness, and positivity wherever she goes. Today, Jia will share her affirmations have the power to transform our thoughts, boost confidence, and help us achieve the unimaginable. Let's welcome Jia Shah on stage.
Thank you for that glorious introduction, sir and ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm here to share something truly magical. It's a superpower that every single one of us has. It's not flying like Superman or becoming invisible like Mr. India. It's something even better. It's called affirmations. What are affirmations? Affirmations are powerful positive words we say to ourselves every day. These words help us grow stronger, happier, and more confident. They are like a secret spell that turns I can't into I can. Think of affirmations like a superhero shield. They protect us from fear and doubt. They're like a magic wand, helping us believe in ourselves and achieve our dreams. Let me give you some examples. If you say, I'm smart, you will start believing it. If you say, I can do this, your fear flies away. If you say, I'm brave, you'll feel ready to take on any challenge. If you say, I'm kind, you'll spread kindness wherever you go. And if you say, I'm unstoppable, nothing can hold you back. Now, let me share you a little secret with you all. A year ago, I was really scared of speaking on stage. The first time I had to speak in front of my class, my hands were shaking, my heart was racing, and I just wanted to run away. I kept thinking, what if I forget my words? What if everybody laughs at me? These thoughts made me feel more scared and small. But then, my grandmother taught me about affirmations. She told me, Jia, words have power. If you tell yourself you are brave, you will feel brave. So, I started a new habit. Every morning before school, I stood in front of the mirror and said, I am confident. I can do this. And I am a great speaker. Honestly, at first it felt a little funny. But I kept saying this every single day. And do you know what? Slowly, my fear started disappearing. The next time I had to speak, I remembered my affirmations, took a deep breath, and walked onto the stage. And I did it! I spoke clearly, and my classmates clapped for me. That day, I realized that my grandmother was right. My words had made me stronger. Affirmations are like seeds that we plant in our minds. When we water them with practice and belief, they grow into strength, confidence, and success. Let's think about famous people who believed in themselves. Thomas Edison failed thousands of times before inventing a light bulb. But he kept telling himself, I will find a way. Cristiano Ronaldo didn't become a great footballer overnight. He practiced every day and believes I'm the best and work hard to prove it. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam faced many struggles in life, but he kept saying, I will dream big and I will achieve big. If they could do it, so can we. But just as positive words can lift us up, negative words can bring us down. Imagine telling yourself, I'm not good enough, or I always fail. Over time, these words start feeling true, even when they are not. Studies show that negative self-talk lowers confidence, increases stress, and makes challenges seem harder than they really are. Now, let me tell you a fascinating story from certain tribal communities. In the Solomon Islands, instead of cutting down an unwanted tree, The villagers simply stand around it and curse it every day. They tell the tree, "You are useless and you will die soon." And do you know what? The tree actually begins to wither and dies without even being touched. So, my dear friends, if words have such power over trees, imagine what they could do to us. This is why always choose positive, uplifting words for ourselves and for others. Scientists have proven that words can influence our senses. In one experiment, people were told that a metal object was extremely hot, even though it was at room temperature. When they touched it, some actually felt heat or even mild pain. Isn't that surprising? So this shows that our brain believes what it hears, even before we experience it. So if words can trick us into feeling heat, imagine what repeated words, positive or negative, can do to our happiness, confidence, and success. Psychologists say that people who use affirmations regularly feel happier, more confident, and less stressed. So if we want to be the best versions of ourselves, why not use this superpower and start using powerful positive words? And do you know the best part? This superpower isn't just for us. We can share it with others too. If your friend is nervous about a test, tell them you are smart and you can do this. If someone is sad, tell them you are important and you are loved. If your little brother or sister is afraid of the dark, tell them you are safe and you are strong. One kind word can make someone's day better. This is how powerful affirmations are. With that, let's all pledge together. From now on, we will always choose positive words. We will believe in ourselves. We will encourage others, because together we can spread happiness, confidence, and success by using the power of affirmations. So remember, every morning when you wake up, look into the mirror and say something positive to yourself. Use this superpower every day and watch the magic happen. With the power of affirmations, we can all be superheroes in our own special way. So go ahead, use your words wisely, believe in yourself, and let your superpower shine. Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause again? A heartfelt thank you, Jia, for your inspiring words. Your talk reminds us that the words we tell ourselves shape who we become. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Ms. Afreen Sheikh to present Jia with a memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Miss Isha Bapat is a driven and ambitious individual who believes in taking ownership, embracing challenges, and playing the long game to success. She thrives in dynamic environments, constantly learning, adapting, and innovating to turn experiences into opportunities.
With a passion for human behavior and problem solving, Miss Isha has explored diverse fields, gaining hands-on experience in business, strategy, sales, marketing, and technology. Guided by an entrepreneurial mindset, she believes that real success doesn't happen overnight. It's built through patience, perseverance, and learning through every experience. Today, she's here to challenge the myth of instant success and share how embracing entrepreneurship, extracting maximum learning from every role, and building credibility step by step leads to long-term achievements. Let's welcome Miss Isha Bapat on stage.
Hi everybody. So, I want to start with my journey. 6 months ago, I launched my company. And today, we're valued at millions. Everybody thought we couldn't grow that fast. But then we built a brand so strong that people look at me and say, she figured it out. My mornings start with strategy calls and end with celebrations. And that's why today, I stand in front of you as a successful entrepreneur, willing to tell you how you can do exactly that. Okay, except none of that is true. Not yet. This is the story that we've made to believe. The viral narrative of overnight success. The illusion that if you haven't made it in months, you're behind. In today's world, we are overly influenced or overly aware. This causes us to measure ourselves in different ways than we would, chase success in the wrong ways, and also, in the worst capabilities, give up too soon. Let's think of some big names. Sundar Pichai, Tim Cook, Satya Nadella. What's common in all of them? They are all successful entrepreneurs. We are constantly bombarded with highlight reels of overnight success. But in reality, most businesses don't explode overnight. They compound over time. Most entrepreneurs didn't start just like that. They were entrepreneurs first, learning inside companies before starting their own. Now, let's take an example of a study taken by Wall Street Journal. They conducted a research on about millions of American companies who started between 2007 and 2014, finding that the average age of most of the founders was 42. Now, why is that? It tells us that accumulated experience and industrial knowledge leads to entrepreneurial success. So, I do not want to lecture you on the fact that you need to do a job and only then can you start something of your own. The entire point is about learning. Learning through everything that you do and simultaneously putting in the hard work. I myself have made very different decisions in life. I have covered almost all boards in India, right from SSC, IGCSE, ICSE, CBSE, and distance learning like IGNOU and NIOS. I learned one thing. I hate studying, but I love learning. Learning from books, people, mentors, and most of all, my mistakes and others' mistakes. So, what I did was, I decided to understand myself, my strengths, weaknesses, interests, and who I envision to be. That is, an entrepreneur. Upon which, I kept bugging my mom on any work that she could give me. I took up any work that came my way, right from script writing, voiceovers, modeling, starting a sustainable e-commerce platform, and much more. I did all of this while completing my education, thinking that once I'm done, I'm going to start being an entrepreneur. And that's when my family told me, no, Isha, you need to be yelled at, and you need to learn discipline. So I stepped outside my comfort zone and started a job in sales at a co-working space, where I met all kinds of people from all kinds of fields and learned the harsh reality of rejection in sales. Funnily, I kept on expanding my own job role, taking up as much as I could, wanting to learn more and more. After about a year, I shifted to a legal tech firm, where they help people create wills online. Now, children, wills are basically documents that you make where you define how your assets are distributed upon your death. I know. Even then, I kept on increasing my role. I took up everything, right from tech, marketing, sales, operations, everything. And that's where I learned. Where there's a will, there's a way. Going by Steve Jobs saying, stay hungry, stay hungry and stay foolish. So, I stayed hungry by wanting to learn as much as I could, while looking slightly foolish to people by taking unconventional decisions. Now that was me becoming an intrapreneur. Today's trending terminology is work hard, not smart. I worked smartly. Work smart, not hard. I worked smartly by wanting to learn as much as I could by choosing intrapreneurship. Now, what I did differently was I took no risk. I worked at a company, learned everything that I could, and got paid while doing it. So, little smart, right? Anyways, so I would like to leave you with one thought, which is focus on your long-term goal while adapting to your short-term plans. Because a pond evaporates, but a river, it keeps flowing. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Miss Isha, for your inspiring story. You've shown us that real success isn't about shortcuts, but about consistent effort, learning, and resilience. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Mr. Shinde to present Miss Isha with the memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Miss Isha. Experience the magic of music as Team Torrance takes the stage with a soul-stirring symphony. Let the rhythm and melodies transport you to a world of harmony and joy. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
Hello, check, check. Guitars.
Sunrise, what about rain? What about all the things that you say we were to get? What about killing fear? Is there a time? What about all the things that you said was yours and mine? Did you ever stop to notice all the blood we shed before? Did you ever stop to notice this crying out, this weeping shore? Oh, जो चाहता है वो है किया, अपनी ही शर्तों पे ये है जिया। ओ जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, कैसा ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है। हे या हाय या ये या हाय या ये या हाय या ये या हे या हाय या ये या हाय या ये हाय या ये या। Thank you so much, everyone. So we are Torrents. We have Rohit on drums, Ketan on the bass, and Nelson sir on the electric guitar, and we have Shubham on the keyboard. My name is Pallavi. Thank you.
What a harmonious performance by Team Torrent.
Next up, Mr. Ninad Thakur is a passionate facilitator dedicated to leadership development, compassionate communication, and personal branding. As the founder of the Elias Project, he has designed impactful programs that create safe spaces for growth and collaboration.
With over 200 sessions facilitated at national conferences and schools across India, Mr. Ninad has helped countless individuals embrace their strengths, build resilience, and unlock their potentials. At just 20 years old, he brings a fresh perspective on personal transformation, proving that age is no barrier to making an impact. Today, he will share a powerful message, how the traits we often suppress can actually become our biggest strengths when we learn to accept, channelize, and leverage them. Let's welcome Mr. Ninad Thakur on stage.
Check. Good. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to actually ask you a question. Have you ever been told that you are not enough? Or that you are maybe too much of something? Too restless, too ambitious, too rebellious. I've seen that happen with so many people. And these traits are often labeled as flaws. But what if they are your biggest superpowers? I'm Ninad Thakur. I'm an entrepreneur and a facilitator, and I'm here to share a few insights that I've had through my work today here at TEDxYouth EuroSchoolKharadi. So this thing of people not feeling enough or feeling that they are too much of something. I've seen that happen over and over with so many people that I've worked with, and not just in Pune, not just in India, even in foreign countries. It's much more rampant than you think. Actually, I have felt that too. As a student, I was very rebellious. I was the one with the ziddi dil. I used to get in trouble all the time at school. My diaries used to be full of remarks. My parents were called multiple times at school, and they were told that your child is a troublemaker and he's very, very difficult and he needs to change. And I was told that I need to be like the smart kids in school, the ones that fit the mold that was created for them. Always silent in class, never made too much noise, they fit in and they got almost everything perfect. I was told to be like them. And yeah, of course, I wanted to be accepted by the people around me, so I tried to be like all these people. And guess what? I failed. I failed miserably. I couldn't do it. It didn't feel natural to me. Why do I need to be like someone else to be accepted? And there's an irony there. We all want to be unique. We all want to be superpowered. We all want to be heard and seen. We all want to be respected. But at the same time, we try so hard to fit in to the molds that have been created for us. We try so hard to not stand out. If 10 people are doing this, I'd rather follow the flow and not make too much noise. We try to do these things at the same time, and it creates so much conflict within. The rebellious energy that I had, and I was trying to suppress so hard, it didn't go away even after suppressing it. It was still there, deep, deep inside. And it just manifested as self-doubt and frustration. I used to be angry all the time. It felt like I was living somebody else's life. It was frustrating. And then I decided that something needs to change. I did a bit of self-reflection. And I asked myself, why are people calling this a flaw? Why is this rebellious energy is being called a flaw? Because firstly, it meant that I was smart enough to form my own opinions about things. I was not blindly following what everyone else is doing. Secondly, it also meant that I had the confidence to express myself, even if I held a different opinion than others. And thirdly, I had the courage to take action for what I believed in. All these three are great things. Then why are we calling it a weakness? Why are we calling it a flaw? And that's when the golden moment of realization came. Being rebellious was not the problem. Being rebellious in the wrong situations was the problem. Being rebellious with the wrong people was the problem. Not trusting others was the problem. Getting into fights all the time, challenging every opinion out there was the problem. Those were the flaws. But the energy actually had a lot of potential. And what did it need? It needed direction. So I tried to find my own direction. Where was this rebellious energy really needed? There I should use it. Not to get in fights with people, not to challenge everyone. Where is it needed? Instead of fighting against everything, what if I fought for something? And remember the leadership programs that they talked about? I facilitate leadership development programs. So I attended those very programs as a student, and they changed me as a person. But unfortunately, those programs ended when my school ended. And there I found a cause. I wanted to share that gift with other people because I was fortunate enough to get it. So I wanted to share it. So I contacted my mentors and I told them that, please teach me how to create these safe spaces for students. I want to do it too. And they were generous enough to teach me that. And I entered that field of facilitation at the age of 16. And you know what the age of all the other facilitators in my field was? At least 40, 50, 60, even 70. And I was here at 16 years old. And my rebellious energy finally found that direction. Because now I was challenging the notion that young people can also enter these spaces and do something for other young people. Youth standing for youth. Youth supporting youth. I was a rebel with a cause now. And this isn't just about the rebellious energy. I'm not here to talk about myself actually. That's the last thing that I want to do. I'm here to tell you that your biggest flaws or your biggest weaknesses can actually become your biggest superpowers. And I'm not the only one who will tell you that. There are so many people who have done it. I think someone spoke about Thomas Edison right now. He was considered too restless in his childhood, not able to focus in his class. But he channeled that energy into his work, invented the light bulb. I think someone also spoke about Malhar. She was considered too sensitive, but she had the gift of understanding people. She channeled it into her work. She's now a global icon who's making change every day. And I think someone spoke about Steve Jobs also. Steve Jobs was also considered too ambitious, too restless, too angry. But he channeled that energy into work and he created one of the biggest companies today, Apple. What if all these people had suppressed their qualities and considered those qualities as flaws? What would happen then? I guess we'll never know. But I can say for sure that we would have been robbed of so many revolutionary contributions to society. The energy that you have, the intensity, the curiosity, the rebelliousness, it's like a river. A river, if it does not have a direction, it floods and destroys everything in its path. But when given direction, it generates power. So, all these people gave direction, channeled their energy, channeled their river, and it became their leverage. Because these things made them unique. They harnessed that power, leveraged it for themselves, and that's what differentiated them from the rest of the world. So even you can do that. People will share so many superpowers here today. We've got 16 speakers. They'll share 16 and maybe 30 superpowers with you. But maybe you can't do every one of them. You have to find out which one is true for you. That you can implement in your life. So I would actually invite you to ask yourself 3 questions. The first one is, what is it that you are hiding inside you, that you are trying to suppress? The second thing, the second question is, what if instead of fighting this energy inside you, you just gave it some channel, some direction? And the third question, the golden one here, is what if you leverage that and you made it your biggest superpower? Ask yourself these 3 questions. Because the superpower that you have been trying to find all around is actually within. You have to look within. There you will find it, and maybe it's hidden in the deepest, darkest parts of your personality, but it is there. And it is hidden behind that curtain, which has been written over as flaws or weaknesses. It's behind that. You don't have to stop. You have to accept. Accept yourself. Accept everything that you have. You cannot change who you are. So accept. Second thing is channel. Give it direction. Instead of fighting it, embrace it, give it direction. And the third thing is you have to leverage it. If you're trying to fit in with everyone else, then how are you going to leverage and cut through the competition? It doesn't happen. When you leverage it, when you be who you are from within, that's what cuts you through the competition. You get ahead and you can create real change. So I would invite you to ask yourself these 3 questions and see what comes up. Make it your biggest superpower. Don't call it a weakness. And then you will be unstoppable. Thank you so much.
A heartfelt thank you, Mr. Ninad, for your inspiring words. Your talk reminds us that our greatest power lies in embracing who we truly are. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Ms. Yogini, TEDx speaker in 2020, to present Mr. Ninad with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'ams, and thank you, Mr. Ninad.
Our next speaker, Ayukt, is a grade 7 student at EuroSchool Banerghatta with a deep passion for reading, research and creative exploration. He enjoys diving into history, archaeology, aircraft and wildlife, often transforming his knowledge into models and projects to share with others.
A confident public speaker, Ayukt actively participates in events and has even launched his own YouTube channel to share insights from his research. Beyond academics, he is also a swimmer, practices Silambam, a traditional martial art, and is a food enthusiast who likes to experiment with new cuisines. Today, he will take us on a fascinating journey through nature's most incredible superpowers, revealing how the human mind is decoding them to shape the future of technology, medicine, and innovation. Let's welcome Ayukt Nair on stage.
If I were to ask you some of your most favorite superheroes, what would it be? Maybe Batman, even Spider-Man, Superman, there are many. But if you look closely at most of them, let's take the example of Batman or Spider-Man. You'll see that their powers, their name, even their costume is inspired by nature, by animals. It's even in their name, Batman, Spider-Man. So, what's going on? Let me explain. In the early days, when comic book writers or the people behind these superheroes were creating them, they got inspired by animals, the nature that surrounds them. In fact, nature has all of these superpowers and more. For example, let's take a cheetah. One thing known, it has super speed. Or even a mosquito, it too has its fair shares of amazing superpowers. Nature has adapted and evolved these superpowers into each and every single living species on Earth. I'm pretty sure there are some hidden superpowers even in this room alone. In fact, these superpowers were originally created for each and every species to survive, adapt, and thrive in a world that keeps on changing. Today, I'm going to take you on a short adventure to discover few of these secret superpowers hidden right under our very noses. The first few animals I'm going to talk about might scare a few or seem as creepy to some, reptiles like snakes, chameleons, lizards, etc. So some people find these animals scary, creepy, but worry not. They too have an amazing secret life. Starting off with one reptile I'm sure almost all of us have seen. They have seen it in our homes, in the forests, jungles, almost everywhere. Geckos. These tiny lizards are seen flying, creeping around almost every single place. But they have one amazing superpower hidden. Have you ever noticed how a gecko can climb almost any surface, whether it be glass, walls, even upside down? So how do they do this? Well, at first scientists thought, and many thought, it's due to some kind of sticky glue, or maybe even suction. But no, there's a very interesting physics concept behind this, called the van der Waals force. You can say this is what let geckos climb their walls. So what is this? This amount of physics helps geckos connect with surfaces on the molecular level. Atoms on the gecko's foot help connect to atoms on the surfaces for surface. Using this, geckos can stick to almost any surface over and over again. But if this force is so strong, how do they come out of it? Well, have you ever noticed our hands curl inwards, but geckos' arms and hands can curl outwards, acting like a switch to control this sticky force. Now, on to another animal that may seem scary, deadly, or even dangerous: snakes. Now, some of us might be scared or even intrigued by these slithery serpents. But one key feature of some snakes is their venom. Venom was designed over millions of years of evolution to help snakes effectively hunt prey. So what's so important about it to us? Well, this venom is so medically important. In fact, snake venom is the main ingredient in anti-venom medicine to cure people from venom. There are certain kinds of venom that are used to treat certain kinds of cancer. Imagine that. Now, on to the geckos. How, and snakes too. How are scientists or us learning from it? Well, using all these techniques hidden under our very noses, scientists and us can learn from them. Like scientists are creating surfaces or robots similar to geckos to help climb or do a variety of procedures. Now, there is a lizard that lives deep in the forests of South America. Not many might have heard of it, but it looks like an ordinary lizard, the basilisk. It's a lizard that looks very ordinary until threatened. When threatened by a predator or even something that startles it, it immediately jumps onto the surface of any pond or river or any water body. And instead of swimming, it starts running on the surface of water. Now, isn't this amazing? But how does it do it? Well, its feet is wide and it's almost like a paddle and has tiny holes to let air escape, creating a sort of a flotation device built into its own feet. Combine that with speed and its small weight and size, you got yourself a perfect water running machine. Now, scientists are learning from this to make robots or even suits for humans to run or even walk on the surface of water. Now, there are these creatures who do have some amazing superpowers. Invertebrates, like the spider or insects. I'm pretty sure there are a couple of them in this room right now. So, our first insect is a tiny creature called the springtail. It's a small bug, Nothing much, just 6 legs and a bug shape. But what's special, it has a 7th leg locked into its body in a sort of mechanism. It uses this leg like a spring to throw itself up in the air to move fast. In fact, in this throwing, it does backflips at a speed of 22,000 backflips per minute. That's faster than the rotation of a wheel of a supercar. Scientists are learning from this to understand how we can store energy and push it off much faster than before. Now, spiders may scare some people, but when I combine spiders with superpowers, maybe Spider-Man comes to your mind. Well, spiders have all of Spider-Man's features and more. Let's talk about a tiny little species of spider called jumping spiders. These spiders are much like any spiders, but have one very special feature: its eyes. They have 8 eyes, though 6 of them are small and act like motion sensors to detect prey. The main 2 ones are interesting. They have a telescopic-like feature built into them that helps them zoom in and find where prey can resist. Imagine if humans could get that same feature. The visually impaired, people who can't see very well, or people who have visual problems can use this to see better. Instead of wearing glasses or expensive laser surgery, this can help millions of people. Now, what's the main thing about a spider? Its web. Spider web is amazing. In fact, if I take a spider web bundle the size of my arm and take a steel bundle similar in size, spider web is much, much stronger. In fact, spider web is actually a liquid that is formed inside the spider's body. When it is dried and then spun to make that strong, resistant silk, that too all within this much of space, spiders can weave about 6 different types of web. Imagine if we got spider web, fire-resistant clothes, building materials that can be liquid. Now, some of you may have seen frogs, toads, or even salamanders, but these amphibians have some secret superpowers encoded within them. There is a certain kind of frog called the hairy frog. But now, I'm sure some of you might have heard of the superhero called Wolverine, who has claws that extend out of his arms. Well, these frogs have the same thing. When threatened, part of its bone breaks and slashes out of its hands like claws. But wait, isn't this a truly bone-breaking fact? Now, this may injure the frog, but like another amphibian called the axolotl, this frog can fire up special cells called stem cells that can regenerate and form any damaged tissue. In fact, some amphibians can reform any damaged organ. Scientists are studying to make a world without expensive, complicated, dangerous surgeries. If you injure an internal organ with this technology, you can just simply heal it. Now, as I told of these amazing superpowers, there is a superpower in everything. But what about us? Well, one thing humans have is our potential. We can learn from everything around us. In fact, many of our inventions, clothes, almost everything was done by us observing. As a very famous quote goes, human breakthroughs are not from ingenuity alone, but from those who take the time to observe and understand nature's hidden genius. This quote came from a person who started biomimicry, allowing us to learn from nature. But as another quote goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Many of these creatures I talked about are nearly extinct, endangered, and us as humans and how we can learn from them, we must learn to use this power responsibly to better the entire planet, not just humans alone. And as I come to the end of my talk, I'm sure we might have learned something from the amazing nature that surrounds us. So this is the end, but it's actually just the beginning. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Ayukt, for your insightful talk. You've shown us that nature has been the greatest innovator all along, and the key to unlocking the future lies in learning from its secrets. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Ms. Vaishnavi Controlu to present Ayukt with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'ams, and thank you, Ayukt.
What if our greatest superpowers weren't found in comic books, but within us? Our next speaker, Shriansh Ravikumar, is here to help us uncover the hidden abilities we all possess.
A grade 4 student at EuroSchool Dombivli, Shriansh has been winning international storytelling competitions since the age of 5. He is passionate about dancing, singing and acting, using the arts as a way to express himself. His endless curiosity drives him to explore new knowledge through reading, research and historical exploration. With dreams of becoming a surgeon, Shriansh believes that adaptability, problem solving and emotional strength are superpowers that help us navigate life's challenges. Today, he will take us on a journey to decode these abilities and understand how they shape our success and well-being. Let's welcome Shriansh Ravikumar on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk to you about something that I believe has the power that can change your life forever. It is hidden in plain sight. You may have not even realized what you possessed. Yes, and I'm of course talking about your secret superpowers. Hello everyone, my name is Shriansh Ravi Kumar. I have learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. So let me start with this. Have you ever wondered what makes you unique, sets you apart from others, and gives you the power to accomplish great things? Today, we are going to explore and discover the secret superpower that lies within each and every single one of us. I will be sharing my thoughts and findings on the subject. So let's dive in. Are you aware that every single one of you has a secret superpower. It might be a talent, a skill, or a special gift. But whatever it is unique to you and has the power to change the world. Have you ever felt like there is something special inside of you, just waiting to be freed, sets you apart from others, and gives you the power to achieve great things? Today, we are going on a mission to decode our secret superpowers and learn how to use them to make a good effect. A very important superpower, and that is adaptability. What if you could have complete confidence in your future no matter what happens, including how you can win and overcome the hardest setbacks? Sounds impossible, isn't it? But actually, it is not. It starts with simple steps. You have to learn to level up your adaptability skills. Many times, we wonder how great people overcome the hardest challenges time and time again. How do they win over the toughest situation? So here comes the role of decoding. Decoding adaptability quotient is unlocking the potential of yours with the superpower of adaptability. Decoding is measuring the characteristics, abilities, etc., which impact successful behavior and actions of people to effectively respond to new information, changed circumstances, uncertainty. Decoding adaptability empowers you not only to be able to adapt and survive in the future world, it makes you realize your better self and makes you feel confident in who you are and what you can achieve. Adaptability is very, very important as it helps us to stay flexible even when things don't go as planned. You can make new friends, learn new things, and overcome any obstacle when you are adaptable. For example, imagine you're moving to a new school, doing a new sport, or switching jobs. Adaptability helps you to adjust to these situations. Another important superpower, and that is problem solving. But before moving to the next important superpower, I feel like sharing a joke with you all. 2 days back, when I was discussing with one of my friends about getting an opportunity to talk on such a big platform, TEDx, he being one of the speakers wanted to share his experience with me. I felt it was funny. He narrated an incident. Say, after his speech ended, he asked the audience if they have any questions. One person raised his hand and said, "When will the torture end?" Okay, let's get back to the important superpower, problem solving. As we all know that problem solving is the ability to manage and express emotions effectively. It helps us in situations like including school for children, home for family, and workplace for adults. Problem solving involves creativity, critical thinking, and analytical skills. Creating and sharing ideas, no matter how dramatic they might be. Putting together the solution and testing the solution. Now, I'm gonna talk about that superpower that at most is the important for each and every single one of us, as we can connect with it in our day-to-day life. Yes, and I'm of course talking about emotional strength as a superpower. As we all know that emotional strength is the ability to manage and express emotions effectively. It enables us to face challenges, build relationships, and achieve greater success in all areas of life. An emotionally strong individual can handle life's ups and downs, stress, setbacks with greater ease. Emotional intelligence allows for better communication, empathy, and understanding in relationships. It fosters deeper connections and resolves conflicts with greater ease. Emotional strength helps you to take accountability, responsibility, and ownership of your own actions. Emotional intelligence is a crucial factor in effective leaders, as it helps them to inspire, motivate, and guide their teams with empathy and understanding. Emotional strength can contribute success to all areas like career, personal relationship, and overall well-being. Now, when we talk about decoding our emotions, many times dealing with our emotions is something that we avoid or simply act on our anger, grief, or anxiety without knowing the underlying reason behind our actions. Decoding your emotions is the process of slowing down the entire emotion and act through it. People call feelings like anger, fear, negative, or bad feelings. But I have come here to see them a different way. I believe that emotions are just a part of us. They are not good or bad. They show us information and energy. Now, it's up to us what we do to that energy and do the best way to utilize it. Identifying and differentiating emotions will surely gain greater insight to your emotional life and can help you to respond to stress more effectively and maintain emotional balance. By understanding and communicating emotions more precisely, you can express them through empathy, validate others' feelings, and other social interactions with greater ease. It can help in being fulfilling and supportive in personal relationship. Remember, the smallest actions can cause a ripple effect. So, together let's strive in to make a positive impact. I'm sure tonight you all may give a thought to your superpowers and decoding superpowers. And remember, ends are not bad things. They just mean something else is about to begin. I hope my speech might have motivated and inspired you all. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Shriansh, for your inspiring words. Your talk reminds us that true strength comes from embracing and refining our unique abilities. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh, and Ms. Rupali Singh to present Shriansh with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. 1 week.
Thank you, ma'ams, and thank you, Shriansh.
They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. But what if a picture could also unlock hidden superpowers? What if the way we see the world through a lens could inspire change, spark curiosity, and capture the extraordinary?
Our next speaker, Lakshmi Ananya Konanki, believes that photography is more than just an art. It's a superpower. At just 13 years old, she is a wildlife photographer, musician, and young entrepreneur. She began her photography journey during COVID-19, winning a PMC competition in 2023. A multi-talented artist, she has mastered 50-plus songs on the mouth organ and has won Best Business Idea Award twice at the Empower competitions. Her interests extend to sports, where she enjoys tennis and football. With a keen eye for detail and passion for storytelling, Lakshmi is here to show us how perspective shapes reality and how photography can capture nature, science, and human emotions in ways words cannot. Let's welcome Lakshmi Ananya Konanki on stage.
I have a secret superpower, but neither can I fly like a Superman nor run fast like Flash. This power is way more valuable and impactful. I use it to capture the memories which create a lasting impact. This power is a form of an art which has been used since many centuries in different forms like sculptures, artifacts, and paintings. I am talking about the power of photography. And through this power, I feel connected to the nature and the wilderness. Hi all, I am Lakshmi Ananya Konanki, a budding wildlife photographer pursuing this passion since the past 2 years. And I'm honored to guide you all in this field as I explore the depths and categories of photography. So, without a further ado, let us zoom in into our first category, which is photojournalism. What is photojournalism? In brief, it is used to capture impactful moments which are about rallies, wars, and conflicts. Sometimes it also conveys a message which is way beyond violence. Take a look at this picture taken by Kevin Carter in 1993. A picture which depicts the vulture and a little girl teaches us a life lesson of not wasting food. It also signifies how hunger and poverty can lead to death. If I felt so heartbreaking just looking at this picture, imagine their parents, how they would have felt when they heard the news of their child's death. Isn't it very sad? And what not have they gone through? That's why immense support has been given to the Sudanese in the 1993 of humanitarian operations. Remember how I told you guys that photography helped me connect the nature? Indeed. It has helped me to travel to the grasslands of Bigwan to the thick hills of Karnala. I want you all to imagine a scenario of a dense rainforest, trees and the nature's beauty covering you, and they rustle to create the nature's melody. And then you see this exotic bird. Its vibrant colors dazzled your eyes, making you forget all your worries. This happened to me when I captured the picture of this bird, Oriental dwarf kingfisher. For this bird, I had to travel hundreds of miles away from Pune, had to trek thick hills and cross waters which are muddy, and it contains crawling crabs. But all of this was worth it. I not only had studied its journey from Indonesia to India, but it's noticed that it is near threatened. And not only this one bird, there is another bird which I'd like to show you. This is the Malabar pied hornbill, one of the 4 major hornbills found in India. I describe this picture as what seems to be as an after effect of a quarrel. Don't you agree? Indeed. This picture has been taken in Dandeli, the outskirts of Karnataka. For this bird, I had done something which is a huge task, getting up early in the morning at 5, and had to carry a camera, which is this one, which weighs almost 2 kgs. When I reached the site and when I saw a huge barren tree filled with 10 to 15 hornbills enjoying the morning sun, I was flabbergasted. Did you know that these hornbills toss their food before swallowing it because their tongues are too small to manipulate it? Hornbills' beaks are mostly known in the northeastern India for their headgears and adornments, which symbolizes manhood and valor. But if you kill one male hornbill in the family, the whole family will starve to death, making them endangered. Why so? That's because after the breeding season and after the female lays eggs in her nest, she would never leave it until they grow into a juvenile, and it is a male's responsibility to bring in the food. I want to educate my future generation to ponder and conserve these 2 animals. But not only these 2, there are approximately 1,409 other species which are at a verge of extinction. And now, photography is not only looking high up in the trees or under the sea. It is also for zooming into the wildlife, which is a very challenging category which I'm speaking about, which is the macro photography. It is a daunting task to take pictures, but at the same time, they look amazing. Why is it challenging? Why is it a daunting task to take pictures? That's because photographers like me face many challenges like inadequate light, focus on the insect, patience, and you need a special gear for one photograph. Now, photography is not only about nature and rallies. It is also about something which blows our mind looking at. Take a look at this picture, a toast. Don't you feel like having a bite of it? This happens to us when we look at the picture. That's because the brain activates the chemical senses in our mind which make us feel hungry. And this picture is not only as simple. This is a whole process. It is a very, very hard process to just assemble this. But food is nothing but something which we all love. And photography is not only about taking pictures of these. There is way beyond our imagination. I'm talking about something which is way beyond our world. I'm talking about the space. With technology, science, and photography, humans and scientists have traveled way beyond our Earth and solar system to capture this beauty, the pillars of creation. This picture has been taken by the NASA Hubble telescope, launched in 1995. This picture is the one thing which changed our perspective of thinking, and which is the universe is not just us. It is something which is way beyond what we think. Science and photography is not only about taking high up in the stars, but also deepening into our body, which is the cells. Didn't get it? Okay. Raymond Damadian, a physicist who invented the first MRI scan, his photos and his studies have made us so incredible and has helped the medical science a bit easy. And his pictures is not only one. There are more than one. So, photography is not only about taking pictures. It is also about how one perspective feels. Taking photograph is not as easy as we think. It is very tough. But we make it look easy for you. We photographers have to trek through hills, have to surpass many things, and we have to capture the gem of what our imagination thinks. Photography speaks creativity. It is reality. It consists of one picture, 100 words, and thousands of emotions. Let it be happiness, sadness, struggle, you name it. Just like how Sudha Murthy expresses her thoughts and mindfulness in words, I express it through pictures. As one person said, Alfred Einstein said, he said that when I have camera in my hand, I know no fear. This has changed the style of my taking of pictures. I urge you all to not only take this as a field of experience or a hobby. I want you all to use it as a super weapon. Use it as a superpower to not only bring a change in yourself, not only to educate the future generation, but to bring in a change in the society. So, before I leave, may I have a huge picture of you guys as I take a memorable ones. Thank you, and say cheese. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Lakshmi, for your inspiring talk. You've shown us that perspective is power, and photography is a tool to capture and share it with the world. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Ms. Abha Khare to present Lakshmi with a memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations on the superb talk.
Yes.
From TEDx to TEDx, keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
This you take with your left hand and that with your right hand.
Congratulations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'ams, and thank you, Lakshmi.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Darsh,
and I, Satakshi,
will continue this incredible journey and invite our next speaker to the stage. We have a speaker who challenges the way we see the world and those around us. What if thinking differently wasn't a challenge, but a superpower? What if embracing neurodiversity could unlock new possibilities and perspectives?
Our next speaker, Malhar Solke, is here to introduce a paradigm shift in how we view autism and neurodiversity. At just 8 years old, Malhar has already made an impact as one of the youngest TEDx hosts, a student leader, and a high achiever in both academics and cultural events. Passionate about swimming, reading, and drawing, he carries a deep sense of compassion and responsibility, always eager to learn and make a difference. Today, Malhar will share a powerful personal experience that reshaped his understanding of neurodiversity, proving that different ways of thinking aren't limitations. They are strengths waiting to be recognized. Let's welcome Malhar Solke on stage.
Imagine if you had a superpower which made you see or notice things that other people might miss. A superpower which might help you remembering details, noticing patterns, or even understanding things deeply. Just like how some superheroes have to learn to use their superpowers in the best way, some unique people have to learn to use their special powers to do amazing things. I am going to take you through my journey of discovering, or I must say, understanding these superpowers last year. Believe me, this is a true story and these are my real life experiences. It was the last week of October and our Diwali holidays were just around the corner. Mom and Dad were quite occupied with the preparations of Diwali, and I was happy with the thought of lots of sweets, firecrackers and fun while making fort at my society. That afternoon, my dad announced that we are going to meet his school friend Nandini auntie and her family. I was excited because I was going to meet my dad's friend and make my own new friends. On the way, Dad told me that Nandini auntie's daughter, Priya, is very good at playing keyboard. She also loves horse riding. I saw the video of Priya Didi's horse riding. Right there, I thought I should also learn this new skill. It will be fun. When we reached Priya Didi's house, we exchanged pleasantries. I shook hands with Priya Didi and introduced myself to her. Nandini auntie also introduced Priya Didi to us. After that, Priya Didi went to her room and closed the door. I felt a little disappointed that she didn't wait for me to talk. I was really looking forward to play with her. I was also interested in the keyboard. However, I was having fun with the birds that Nandini auntie has kept as pets. Later, Priya Didi came back to the living room. She played a piece of music on the keyboard. I was mesmerized to hear her. She played it so fluently that we all were left speechless. After that, we had our dinner and a good laugh. I tried my hand on the keyboard with Priya Didi's permission. Obviously, I was a beginner with no knowledge and practice. I could just hit random keys with no success in creating music like Priya Didi. While we were returning home, Mom and Dad were surprised to understand that Priya Didi was diagnosed with autism when she was 3 years old. I said to myself, autism, what is it? I didn't have any answers right away. However, I had lots of questions. Why Priya Didi was not sitting with us to talk, why she was not laughing with all of us, or why she could not share her thoughts or chats with us. Maybe she was angry about something. Many of why questions, but no answers. So, I decided to go and meet Dr. Google. Yeah, it's the same doctor we nowadays go for an answer. Beat the question, how much amount of time it takes to reach school, to what one should eat to stay healthy, isn't it? So, I read some articles on Google. I was bombarded with information about the deficits that people with autism can have. Autism causes deficits in social interaction, deficits in communication, restricted and repetitive behaviors, and sensory processing deficits, etc., etc. I could not still understand how can a person have so many deficits. Priya Didi was good at playing keyboard. She was kind enough to share her Dogman books with me. She even taught me a key or two of her wisdom. then how can she have a deficit in her or autism? She rides horse and plays keyboard, but I don't do that. And those deficits I have, but she does not. She goes to school, I go to school. She learns the same subjects that I learn. Of course, she's in 8th grade and I'm in 3rd grade. Her syllabus must be more advanced than mine. I was getting more and more confused because I was not convinced that having a specific deficit will define a person to have autism. In that parlance, everyone in the world should be called autistic because none of us are perfect in everything, aren't we? The more I read, the more I got confused. I asked my dad about it. He told me something that would change my perspective. He told me a new way about thinking of it called the neurodiversity paradigm. He said that autism is not a problem to be fixed. It is just a different way of thinking. Imagine a forest. There are tall trees, short bushes, different types and colors of flowers. Each one has its own role. Just like that, there are different types of brains too. Some people think in the one way, while some people think in the other way. And this variety makes our world more richer. Autism isn't about what someone can't do. It is the unique things they can do. I came across this very interesting idea called the double empathy problem. This idea suggests that maybe autistic people do not have social deficits at all. It's just that autistic and non-autistic people understand things differently. Dr. Catherine Crumpton from the University of Edinburgh in UK carried out this experiment with the help of Chinese whispers concept. Now I'm sure you know what does that mean. You don't? Let me help you. You whisper a piece of information in a group of people and you try to keep that information as accurate as possible. It works like this. The first person in the chain says, I taste with my mouth. By the time the last person in the chain could say, I see with my eyes. They played this game with 3 groups of people. The first group was all autistic people, the second group was all non-autistic people, and the third group was the combination of both. The researcher found that the autistic and non-autistic groups were equally accurate in their information sharing. But the combined group was less clear and less accurate in their information sharing. This suggests that autistic and non-autistic people communicate equally well. It's just the mismatch between those communication styles that causes the problem, exactly as the double empathy problem predicts. This is why Priya Didi might not have chatted with me so long. It wasn't because she didn't like me. She has her own way of connecting and that's okay. I have a question. What is the shape of the earth? It's round, right? So we know that the shape of the earth is round. But a few years back, it was said to be flat. If you sailed too far, you'd fall right down the edge. That was the truth back then. But then explorers proved that the earth is round. And suddenly, we saw things differently. That was called the paradigm shift. We updated our understanding based on the new information. Similarly, just like the shape of the earth, there are assumptions about autism too. Many people understand autism as a medical symptom. We understand autism as a medical condition, a disorder, or even a tragedy. We understand that if a newborn till the age of 3 walks, talks, eats or plays, then the baby is normal. But if it does not, then the baby is not normal. Autism needs a paradigm shift too. Many people think it of as a problem, something to be fixed. But instead of focusing on what's going wrong, we understand autism as a different way of being. There was a man named Albert Einstein who thought about different ideas to create the world. Many people thought he had autism because sometimes it felt him hard to communicate with people. But he was great in maths and science. Imagine a world where people, no matter how their brains work, feel accepted and valued. Imagine a world where people like Priya Didi are celebrated for their music, their talents, and their unique perspectives. We might think that autistic people need to change to fit in our world. But what if it is our world that needs to change to create space for these all kinds of minds? So, the next time you see a person who thinks or acts differently, pause, listen, because maybe, just maybe, they are seeing something we can't. And that was my story of understanding the unique superpowers of Priya Didi. Thank you.
Let's have a round of applause for Malhar. A heartfelt thank you, Malhar, for your incredible insights. You have reminded us that true understanding begins when we embrace different minds and perspectives. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Malaika David to present Malhar with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker brings a powerful message. Sometimes the greatest strength lies not in holding on, but in knowing when to let go. We often resist change, fearing uncertainty. But what if releasing what no longer serves us is the key to personal growth and transformation?
Mrs. Shweta Chatterjee is a dedicated healer, yoga coach, and spiritual guide who helps individuals find clarity, peace, and inner strength. Passionate about spiritual wisdom, travel, and uplifting music, she has devoted her life to empowering others with the tools to rise above pain, embrace resilience, and reconnect with their true selves. Today, she will take us on a journey to understand the power of letting go, proving that every ending is just the beginning of something greater. Let's welcome Mrs. Shweta Chatterjee on stage.
Hello? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Well, you know, in Hindu philosophy, there's the divine trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Brahma, the creator, who brings new things into existence. Vishnu, the preserver, who nurtures and sustains. And then, of course, there's Shiva, the destroyer, who clears the path to make space for something new. Letting go is the purest and the most necessary form of destruction. And it is the one thing that we struggle with the most. We create, we hold on to things, we try to make things work, but when it doesn't align with our path any longer, that is when Shiva steps in. Letting go is not about chaos. It's about creating space for what's truly meant for us. And that is my superpower, the ability to let go. Well, ever since I was a child, I've realized that the one strength I've had is the ability to let go. The moment I felt that I've put in so much of work, I've done everything I could, but things didn't work out, when I felt that my purpose didn't align with my path any longer, when I felt that I wasn't growing anymore, I could just let go. And no, it was not easy. There was pain, there was anger, there was fear even. But I just had this switch in me. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't put any more energy into this. And just like that, weight would be lifted off my shoulder, space would be created, and something new would always show up. When I was a teenager, I was studying in Singapore and life was great. But then I wanted to become an actor. And so I moved to Mumbai to be part of Bollywood. And I had big plans. I was determined I'm going to make it big. But I had this very fixed perception about what success meant to me, about what kind of work would bring me success. And so I rejected a lot of opportunities that came my way. And in doing so, I lost out on a lot. And then I also fell in love. And so everything about my life became about my relationship. My work, my passion, my dreams, everything took a back seat. And one day, I woke up and I just realized that I wasn't losing opportunities anymore. I was losing myself. And I had to make a decision. The decision to move on. And no, it was not easy, really. I mean, I was part of the industry for more than 15 years. I didn't know anything else. I mean, I didn't have any plans, I didn't have any backup, but I just knew that something will definitely show up. And surely something did. A few days later, I saw an ad for a yoga teacher's training program, and that too, it was happening so close to my house. I was like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to sign up for this. And I had so much of interest in meditation. I wanted to learn all about manifestation. I wanted to understand energy, but I never knew where to start. And just imagine, just like that, the path revealed itself. And when it did, that is when I truly understood the power of letting go. That single decision made in the middle of what felt like loss is what completely transformed my life. And so I want you to remember that when you've tried your best, you've given your 100%, you've tried everything, but something isn't working out, whether it's your job, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a version of yourself you're clinging on to, it's time to let go. And I also want to talk about relationship here because that's another part we really struggle with. And I'm not talking about letting go of relationships. I'm talking about letting go of expectations we have from others. We expect so much from others, the way they should love us, the way they should be there for us, the way they should talk to us, right? But we often forget that just like we have free will, so do they. And so they have their own perception about how they want to love you, be there for you. So stop trying to control every situation, every person, everything. Because the more you go with the flow, the easier life becomes, the more opportunities come your way. And I also want to talk about failure here because that's another thing we love to hold on to. And when it comes to exams, right? Like one bad grade, one bad experience, And then we let that go to our subconscious, and we let this one experience control us our entire life. Don't do that. Let it go. One failure does not define you. But yes, you need to learn the lesson, right? You need to understand, why did I fail? What did I do wrong? What can I do better? You need to learn the lesson, but don't hold on to the failure. Because when you let go, that's when you'll create space for success. And so I want to share with you this ATB that I practice. A for acceptance. You need to accept. When the time comes when you realize that, like I said, you've tried everything, you've given your 100%, but nothing seems to be working out. It's time to let go. So accept. It's time to let go. And when you let go, don't think it's permanent, because remember, the only thing constant in life is change. So it's not permanent, but it's for this moment. Like for me, I left acting when I felt like good work was not coming my way. I didn't want to settle for anything less. But that does not mean that I've given it up forever. I mean, what if something shows up 10 years down the line? I might just take it up. So letting go is not permanent, but it's needed for that moment, because it's not serving your purpose any longer. And then comes T. Trust the process. You need to trust the process, you need to trust yourself, and you need to trust that something better, something bigger is coming your way. And that brings us to the last part of it, B. Be open. You need to be open to opportunities, because that's another part that we are so scared of. When there's a change, you're like, am I going to make it? Am I going to do well here? Am I going to fail again, right? But don't think about that. Seize that opportunity. Because when you keep that space that you've just cleared open for too long, that's when regret fills in. So you don't want to do that, okay? Take that opportunity. So remember, ATB. A, accept that it's time to move on. T, trust the process. This is happening for the best. And of course, B, be open to opportunities, because what's meant to be will be. So now I leave you with this. Shiva, the destroyer, is also the one who liberates. He's the one who creates the space for us so that we can create whatever we want. And that's the most difficult, that's the most beautiful, and the most rewarding power of all. So, if you can master the art of letting go, you will never fear change, you will never fear loss, because you'll know every ending is the beginning of something greater. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Mrs. Amrita, for insightful talk. Reminded us that letting go is not losing, but making space for something better. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Mrs. Rekha Babani to present Shweta with the Memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025. We have heard 10 outstanding speeches so far. Let's pause for a break and come back for the next 6. Lunch for the speakers and dignitaries is on the 4th floor library, and for the audience, lunch is arranged in cafeteria. Our volunteers will guide you to the venues. See you back in an hour. Thank you.
will continue this incredible journey and invite our next speaker to the stage. But before that, let's take a moment to celebrate the spirit and achievements of our young stars with a special video tribute to EuroSchoolKharadi youth. Our next speaker invites us to uncover something truly extraordinary, the hidden superpower within each of us. We often admire superheroes in movies, but what if real superpowers aren't about flying or invisibility, but about resilience, curiosity, and the ability to push beyond limits?
Arav Agarwal is a grade 6 student at EuroSchool Bannerghatta, Bangalore. An avid reader, quick learner, and confident public speaker. Arav loves solving puzzles, whether in chess, studies, or life itself. His curiosity drives him to explore new ideas, from science and technology to history and beyond. Today, Arav will take us on an adventure to find the Enigma code, the secret key to unlocking our true potential. Let's welcome Arav Agarwal on stage.
Imagine having a secret code present in you. A code which holds the key to your secret superpowers. A special Enigma code. Just like how the famous Enigma machine was used to crack code in the Second World War, we too have a special code in us waiting to be deciphered. Today, I'll be taking you on an adventure where we become detectives, solving puzzles of our own potentials and talents. Think about it. Every time you try something new or overcome a challenge, you crack a piece of your own code. And that code consists of you, your dreams, your potential, and your power to make a difference in this world. While working on my talk, I had an opportunity to visit a place known as Auroville in Tamil Nadu. It's a universal township built on human unity and self-discovery. There, I came across a quote by the great philosopher Sir Aurobindo, which changed my perspective. The quote says, "The heavens beyond are great, but the heavens within us are even greater." And that hit me. What if the real superpowers weren't outside, but inside us? And that's exactly what I'll be talking about today. Decoding our inner superpowers, but not the ones from movies like flying or shooting webs, but the kind that actually exist. Before I delve deeper into this, let me address the elephant in the room. What does science say about these superpowers? Well, research by the leading scientist Michael Mesernich suggests that our brain is not a fixed machine. It can rewire and it can adapt through a process known as neuroplasticity. This means that you can train your memory like a champion, or you can even sharpen your focus to read emotions like a mind reader. This means that our brain is like a muscle that can be strengthened, sharpened, and unlocked. Now, before I talk about what we can do, let me get what we can't do yet out of the way. Time travel? Sorry, not happening. Flying? Gravity wins this round. Reading minds like Professor X? Nope. But here's the thing. We don't need those. Because what we actually can do is much more fascinating. Now you must have heard of the quote, "Not all superheroes wear capes." Well, if there's someone who truly defines that quote, it's our parents. Think about it. Parents don't have super speed, yet they juggle 100 responsibilities every day. Parents don't have super strength, yet they carry the burden of their family's happiness on them every day. Parents don't have the ability to teleport, but they're always there for us when we need them the most. Their superpowers? Unconditional love, resilience, and unwavering commitment. So it's time we finally recognize their sacrifices, as they are the most unsung superheroes of all. Now the next superpower I'll be talking about is one related to our mind. Can you guess what it is? It's mind over matter. Now what does mind over matter even mean? It means using our mental strength over our physical strength. Now you must have heard of the quote, "Work smarter, not harder." Well, if there's any two people I can think of who truly define that quote, it's Tenali Rama and Birbal. Think think about it. Did they ever use their physical strength to overpower someone? No. They used their wits. And just using that, they became one of the most famous parts of our history textbooks. But that's just one way how mental strength is used. Did you know that our mental strength is actually so powerful, it can overpower our physical strength? Let me give you some examples. Mountaineers, they keep climbing and climbing just to reach the peak. Their bodies want to quit, but their minds refuse. They endure harsh weather conditions just due to sheer willpower. Sadhus stand on one leg for years, but not because they have superhuman muscles, but because their minds have mastered stillness. Now you may think they're different from us, but they're not. They just train their bodies, push past their limits, and refuse to give up. And that's the power of mental strength over physical strength. Now the next superpower I'll be talking about is also one related to our mind. It's thinking outside the box. This means challenging the usual wisdom and thinking beyond the obvious. Artificial intelligence is just really good at thinking inside the box, but inventions and breakthroughs come from thinking outside the box, being creative, daydreaming, doodling. Some people are better at it than others, such as Thomas Edison, despite failing multiple times, invented the light bulb, which revolutionized the world. Walt Disney transformed storytelling through animation, breaking traditional limits. One of the recent Indian entrepreneurs, Deepinder Goyal, started Zomato, which revolutionized the world of instant food delivery to our homes. Now, how were they able to do all this? It's because they thought differently from everyone else. They thought outside the box. As Eddie Zong said, nobody changes the world by doing what the world has told them to do. Now, the next superpower I could think of is one that is actually trainable. It's mind reading. Okay, now you can't literally read minds like Professor X, but you can get pretty close by reading people. What? Reading people? What is that? Well, research by the famous psychologist Paul Ekman suggests that people give off body language, tone, and micro-expressions, which help the other person know what they're feeling. Great leaders and negotiators train themselves to pick up on these cues. How do they do it? Well, they observe, pay close attention to details. They recognize patterns as people's movement give off patterns. And the most important step, they practice the skill. This skill gives you an advantage in relationship, leadership, and even poker. Now, the next superpower I'll be talking about is one that reflects my personal experience. It's none other than curiosity, the force behind every discovery. Now, here's something interesting. Every superpower we've talked about till now revolves around one thing: curiosity. Don't believe me? Well, how did we discover fire? Curiosity. Why did we want to explore space? Curiosity. How did Newton discover gravity? Well, because an apple decided to attack his head. Imagine that moment. Newton, just chilling under a tree, probably thinking about life, when bam, an apple falls right on his head. Now, most of us would just be annoyed. But Newton, no. He asked why. Why did this apple fall? And that led to one of the biggest discoveries in the field of science: gravity and the laws of motion. And here's the best part. All of us have the ability to ask questions, but some of us hardly ever do. For me, curiosity has always been my secret superpower. Ever since my early school days, I was always full of questions. So much so that sometimes my teacher even got annoyed at me. Whether it be a science experiment, a math equation, or an English story, I was always asking questions. Even in magic shows at birthday parties, I was so amazed that it led me to buying a book on magic so I could uncover and explore their secrets. This curiosity helped me to explore, learn, and grow. Therefore, I believe curiosity is a force that drives us into exploring the world and finding our own inner strengths and superpowers. Okay, now those were just some of the superpowers I could think of. But I'm sure there are many more superpowers inside every single one of you, which I may not have addressed. But now let's get to the big question. How do you find the enigma code to your superpowers? Now you may think this is like finding a needle in a haystack, but it's actually much easier. Here's the formula. 1. Try new things. You may never know what you're good at unless you try. Therefore, trying and exploring is the key to finding your secret superpowers. Push your limits. If you never push your limits, you may never know how far you can go. Ask questions. Every great entrepreneur, scientist, and artist had one thing in common. They asked questions. Thinking outside the box. Every invention and breakthrough came from someone who challenged the status quo, so dare to think different. And last but not the least, self-belief. As the biggest obstacle isn't talent, it's self-doubt. So believe in yourself. So friends, to recap, superpowers are real, but they aren't gifts. Superpowers can be obtained from training, pushing limits, and trying new things. And superpowers are not rare. Millions of people prove that every day. So the question isn't whether if superpowers exist, it's which one are you ready to unlock? Because remember, while some people spend their life wishing they had superpowers, others spend unlocking them. Which one would you like to be? Thank you.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Arav. A huge thank you, Arav, for your inspiring talk. You have shown us that superpowers aren't just a work of fiction. They exist within us, waiting to be discovered. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Miss Shrutika Lavand, Principal of B.D. Somani School, Navi Mumbai, to present Arav with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
But how often do we truly own it? How often do we believe in our own potential? Our next speaker is here to remind us that self-belief is not just a choice, it's a superpower.
Miss Amrita Joshi is a creative, compassionate mentor with 15 years of corporate experience in India and the United States. After the pandemic, she transitioned into consulting, recognizing the need for mentorship and heartfelt conversation. From IT to healthcare, retail to beauty, she has empowered individuals across industries. A self-published author of Yours Truly Kannu, she sold 400 copies without any marketing. Now, as she pursues ICF certification to become a certified life coach, she continues to live by her mantra, be happy, be passionate, and embrace authenticity. Through her journey from a reserved, introverted girl to an empowered speaker and trainer, Miss Amrita has learned that confidence is built by conquering small, everyday challenges. Today, she she shares her insights on overcoming fear, embracing one's own story, and harnessing self-belief to achieve dreams. Let's welcome Miss Amrita Joshi on stage.
Hello. Hello. We all want to stand out, yet fit in. How ironic is that? Every individual has this fundamental desire to be special. Yet, in the quest of similarity, we reject those who highlight our differences. We all have this unbelongingness in us. And when this feeling expands, our self-belief shatters. So know yourself first and then stand out as tall as you can. Hello everyone, I am Amrita Joshi, a girl with kind heart, creative mind, and spirit that always hustles for more. Everybody has a story to tell. It's just that sometimes we don't realize that we are the heroes of our story. Also, some stories are very interesting to be told. You know, when they've made from rags to rich, from zero to hero, and from mediocre to extraordinary. But what about those stories which are really simple, which are undecorated, which are painless? Those are the stories for most of us, right? So we have to live those stories gracefully and with immense gratitude. I'm one such story. A story of a girl who grew up as extremely introvert, very shy, and very studious, yet 0% close to being awesome. You know why? Because she didn't believe in herself. She couldn't even tell people that her name on the birth certificate was Amrita and not Amruta. You know, every Marathi household has these innumerable mispronounced names, and mine was one of them. Until I mustered up the courage to say, stop calling me Amruta, I am Amrita, I realize so much is in the name. And you know, mine was even more special to me because it was given to me by my beloved grandfather, my Abba, my iconic hero, who was an ardent reader, who made from a very small village to the city of dreams, Mumbai, and whose name is laid out on the walls of Ruparel College as a distinguished alumni. When I realized that my name is rooted from one of his favorite authors' name, Amrita Pritam, I started loving my name. You know, and deep down, I had this dream of becoming an author one day. So I feel one day and day one, that's where the whole story gets spun. I remember when I was in college, one day, my father, you know, he was working at the dockyard fixing government warships. So one day he came home and he declared that they're asked to go for 2 years without any salary, without any paycheck, just the minimal take-home amount. Being adaptive was not a choice for us. My mother started taking tuitions at home. One time when she was unwell, I pitched in for her, of course, unwillingly, forcefully. So I had to do that until her recovery. Within weeks' time, one of the students' mother, she came home and she inquired if I would be interested in taking up a contractual job at a school. I was ecstatic. Of course, it was going to be my first paycheck at the age of 19. But you know what? Deep down, I was happy because I had realized that teaching was my calling. I had enjoyed every moment of it. I had actually loved how I was helping those kids solve their problems. Of course, textbook problems back then. So I took up that job at the school. Shaky voice, trembling hands, but yes, I did that. And when the students started calling me ma'am, it really felt like hard earned. So can you imagine which subject was I teaching them? I was teaching them Sanskrit. So during my mother's tuitions, she must have mentioned to those students that I was a gold medalist in Sanskrit in board exams. I had scored 99. I still don't know where I lost that 1 mark. But here, on this day, I had scored 100 on 100 because I was building self-belief point by point. That point in life, I decided, rather manifested, that I wanted to become a trainer. Now, my first job as a trainer must be solely because of my passion for teaching, because deep down, I was still fighting those demons, of standing in front of people and talking to them. And this time, it was not going to be students. It was going to be adults, higher in experience, bigger in age. So I don't know whether I was happy getting that job or scared. So I remember my first training was in Pune. I was completely traumatized. I had not slept the night before. During the training, my manager was standing right next to me. My heart was pounding. My throat had completely dried up with these incessant thoughts that I was on probation, and if I don't do well, I will not have this job. I did not do well that day. Next day, my manager called me in his cabin. And he said, Amrita, you are going to our Goa office to deliver a 5-day freshers training program. In his AC cabin, Pune's pleasant weather, of course, back then, I was sweating. I packed my bags. I boarded the train, and that's when he called me. And you know what he said? He said, Amrita, when you reach Goa next morning, don't stay put at the hotel because your training starts only day after. You must visit 5 less known places of Goa and you should go parasailing. I was absolutely clueless, but I still did that. I felt great and I rocked my training the next day. I didn't even look at the feedback sheets. When I came back to Pune, I was standing in the same cabin, but my sweat was replaced by smile. My manager asked me, Amrita, what magic did you do there? Because your feedback says, can ma'am teach us how to become a trainer? I broke down in tears. I sat in front of him and I said, sir, when you asked me to go solo traveling, when you said go for parasailing, I was absolutely clueless. And of course, it was out of my comfort zone, but I still did that. And when I did that, I got this belief that yes, I can. And I carried that belief for my training the next day. So, sir, will you give me some task to accomplish before my every training program? He said, no. You have to figure that piece yourself. I don't call that man my manager, I call him my mentor. So, self-belief is the crux of your passion. Self-belief is the engine of your dreams. Yet, self-belief is your calm in the chaotic. Whether you think you can or you cannot, you're right. These are the magical words by magnetic automobile icon Henry Ford. So during these training years, once I must have mentioned to my parents that today in the training room, there were 35 men and just 1 woman. So they said, good, very cutely, they said, good, you had some company. I laughed and I said, I kept myself company. So you have to build on this self-belief, point by point. So how do we build this self-belief? So 3 things that I have held on to. 1, you have to be your own cheerleader. You have to tell yourself that you're good at it. You can do it. Second very important thing, that you have to nurture your passion. Sometimes when you do that, you may not have the skills required for that passion, like how I had that. So you have to work on those skills and you have to keep on upgrading those skills. And third very important thing that I have held on to is prioritize perfectionism. Because if you want to be perfect, from the smallest of the things to the big goals or big tasks, it may hamper your self-belief. So prioritize that. Also, while complimenting, it is important that you complement your big goals with small tasks that you set for yourself every year. It has worked for me. I have been giving myself a goal every year. A goal like learning to swim, learning to drive, getting a new hobby, unlearning a habit at times, getting a degree in the US while caring for my newborn and my husband, also getting a job in the US amidst the worst recession time. While doing these things, I realize that if you have to learn swimming, you cannot do that while you sit at home and you take those online lessons, You have to get into the water. You have to embrace the fear of drowning, and you have to conquer it. Likewise, in the year 2023, I gave myself a goal of writing a book. It was my long-standing dream that turned into a goal for 2023. I decided to write kids' genre, after a lot of thought churning, of course. And in the journey of book publication or publishing, I realized that writing was the simplest part. Because when I approached these good publishing houses, they said, Amrita, currently we are printing renowned authors' content. You may have to wait for 3 years or so, or if you're ready to pay double than the actual printing cost. And some were really generous enough to say a straight no. So with a lot of disappointments, I approached these small printing houses in the city. We got the proofreading, editing done. We reworked also on the illustrations. And then from the time of ideation to the book printing, within 3 months, my baby was born. That is the shortest delivery time, but yes, of course, with a lot of labor pain, I must tell you that. So when those 500 copies of my book packed in 5 big cartons were delivered to my address, I remember I was sitting in the living room just looking at those cartons, absolutely clueless. In this process, 2 things that actually helped me. One is my grit, and second, the foreword that was given to me by the founder of the company where I started my first job as a trainer. So life is cyclic. You just have to connect the dots. He actually signed the first copy of my book. My book launch was as humble as the man himself in his cabin. Also, he went on to buy few copies online, and with those blessings, I went on to sell all 500 copies of my book without any marketing, without any influencer. What I learned in this process is it's your story, and you are the hero of your story. There will be ups, there will be downs, there will be some people who will clap for you, there will be some people who would just be bystanders. But what you have to do, you have to embrace it all. You have to be in love with your story madly, deeply. You have to chase your dreams aggressively, but with passion and compassion. So while mentoring these young kids to become tomorrow's leaders, we work on developing leaders who would not leave a scar, but leave a mark on the people that they work with. So when I left my corporate job, a lot of people said, Amrita, freelancing, consultant trainer, It's a very crowded space. There's no dearth of online content, online courses for people to take. You will not succeed, but the only person who can tell you you cannot do that is you, and you don't want to be that person. So it's been 3 years. It's been 3 fulfilling years of my freelancing journey. I am feeling more empowered because I am helping people achieve their goals. I am feeling happier, I am feeling productively busier, yet calmer, because I am striking the equilibrium of my life. So you are the powerhouse, and self-belief is your superpower. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. I'm immensely grateful to be here. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Miss Amrita, for inspiring words. You reminded us that self-belief truly is a superpower. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Miss Afreen Sheikh to present Amrita with a memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Thank you for the stage.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Miss Amrita.
Our next speaker is a firm believer in the power of resilience, discipline, and self-growth. From navigating the challenges of hostel life to excelling in sports and entrepreneurship, he has learned that true strength lies in perseverance and continuous learning. But what if the secret to unlocking our fullest potential has been with us all along, hidden in the wisdom of the past?
Vyom Gupta draws inspiration from an ancient text that has transformed his mindset and approach to life. Today, he will share how its teachings can help us tap into our own inner superpower, shaping us into the best versions of ourselves. Let's welcome Vyom Gupta on stage.
hello. Thank you. Boom! Imagine emerging boost to a Imagine bursting through a cloud of impossibilities just like your favorite superhero. Emerging victorious and insurmountable like light at the end of a tunnel. Or knowing that anything is possible to your own faculties. Whoa. Someone in the crowd just thought, hey, that's not possible. We're not superheroes. But the truth is, my friend, we all have unimaginable potential inside of us. We just don't know how to tap on and access it. Sometimes, with a bit of guidance, we can watch the magic unfold. So I found the key to this wondrous alchemy. So come on a little journey with me. It was 2020 and the COVID pandemic had locked us all down. Schools were closed, parks were empty. It was amidst all this negativity that I was introduced to something that changed my life forever, the Bhagavad Gita. The ancient Indian text is nearly 5,000 years old, yet its wisdom feels remarkably relevant even today. The Gita is a conversation between Lord Krishna and Prince Arjun, set against the backdrop of a great war, the Mahabharata. It's wonderfully coincidental that I came across this encapsulated lifeline when we were fighting our own war against the unknown. The Gita isn't just a story, it's a guide to understanding ourselves, to finding our purpose and place in this world. As you flip through the pages, you almost feel as if you're on a battlefield, facing a tough decision. That's where Prince Arjun found himself. That's when he turns to his friend, mentor, and guide, Lord Krishna. We face endless such struggles in our everyday life. The Lord's conversation with Arjun is the crux of the Bhagavad Gita. It's a guide to life, covering topics like how to make tough decisions, how to find our purpose and place in this world, and how to stay focused and calm under pressure. The Gita's wisdom is timeless. It doesn't matter whether you're 9 or 90. Its wisdom will help you navigate through life's challenges and decode your secret superpower. I'm very excited to share my journey with you, and I hope you can befriend and decode your secret superpower. As I began to explore the Bhagavad Gita, I was struck by a powerful lesson that stayed with me even today. It's the importance of having the right associates in our life. In the Gita, we see Prince Arjun facing a tough decision. He's standing on the battlefield, surrounded by his friends and family members. He's torn about what to do. That's when he turns to Lord Krishna. In the Gita, we see Prince Arjun picking Lord Krishna over the mighty army offered to him. And ultimately, it's his guidance that helps him make the right decision, find his inner strength, and win the war. For me, this ideology has become a mantra. As a 13-year-old, I'm constantly surrounded by people who influence my tender thoughts, feelings, and actions. Now I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been in a situation where you had to make a tough decision? Was there somebody who influenced you? What did you do? How did you feel? Take a moment and reflect. The impact of good company versus bad company is staggering. Research shows us that students who have friends that value academics are more likely to achieve academic success. When having supportive friends can boost confidence and self-esteem by up to 40%. While hanging out with the wrong crowd can increase delinquent behavior by up to 50%. These statistics are a testament to the power of association. Now let's raise a quick poll. Who here has a friend who always supports them? Please raise your hands. Who here has a family member who always supports them and helps them become the best version of themselves? Whoa, look around, see how many people raise their hands. These statistics and your own experiences show us the power of association. Now, some of you might be wondering, well, how do I know who I should surround myself with? Well, that's easy. Just think, who are the people who uplift and support you? Seek out mentors, coaches, and advisors. Remember, the Gita teaches us having the correct associates is crucial in spurring ahead to the rightest path. As I continued to explore the Bhagavad Gita, I found another powerful lesson. It has helped me combat life's challenges. It's the importance of having clear goals and purposes. I still remember the day I decided to leave the comforts of a loving home and attend a boarding school. I was just 12 years old, and it was a tough decision. But I knew it would give me a chance to develop my extracurriculars and grow as a person. I was sitting in my dorm room, feeling scared and uncertain. And that's when I remembered how Lord Krishna advised Arjun to fight the Mahabharata, not for any personal gain or glory, but because it was his war of righteousness. So I decided that I had to focus on my own war of righteousness. What were my goals and purposes? What drove and motivated me? I took out a sheet of paper and started writing down my goals. I wanted to become better at sports. I wanted to become a better student. I wanted to become a better person. That's not all. I wanted to make my parents proud, and ultimately, I wanted to make a positive impact on the world. Okay, now I want to ask you a question. What are your goals and purposes? What drives and motivates you? It is found by research that athletes who have clear goals and purposes are more likely to face reduced anxiety and boosted performance. And the Gita says it beautifully in chapter 18, verse 6. You have the right to your prescribed duty. By performing one's prescribed duty, a person attains perfection. This shloka reminds us that by focusing on what we do best, we can attain glory and perfection. As I continued to explore the Bhagavad Gita, I found another powerful lesson that has helped me succeed in all of my endeavors. It's the importance of focusing on the process rather than the outcome. I still remember the day I went to my first chess tournament. I was so anxious about whether I would win or lose. But then I realized I was focusing on something that wasn't in my control. So I decided to focus solely on the process and rather than the outcome. I practiced every day, honing my skills and perfecting my techniques. And you know what? It worked. I started to enjoy the game more, and my performance improved significantly. Research shows us that employees who focus on the process rather than the outcome are more likely to experience flow and engagement. And athletes who focus on the process rather than the outcome are more likely to experience boosted performance and reduced anxiety. Now I want to ask you a question. Has a modern day lifestyle pressured you to focus on the process, or do you focus on the outcome? Ladies, gentlemen, and my little friends, the Gita has been my guiding light since I was just 9 years old. It has taught me countless lessons, like how to find the right associates, how to set clear goals and purposes, and why I should focus on the process rather than the outcome. Every time I read the Gita, I always come out with a new lesson and go into wider and wider dimensions. Now I want to leave you with some food for thought today. What is your superpower? Do you surround yourself with the right people? What are your goals and purposes? And finally, do you focus on the process or the outcome? Now I want to give you one final challenge today. For the next 30 days, I want you to surround yourself with people who uplift and support you. I want you to take a note of how you feel and what you achieved during that time. Remember, the Gita says, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata. Whenever dharma declines, I reincarnate to restore it. So, let's be the heroes, change makers, and leaders of our own lives. Let's unlock our full potential together. Thank you.
Let's have a loud round of applause for Vyom. A big thank you, Vyom, for your inspiring words. You have reminded us that greatness is within reach. We just need to awaken it. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Miss Shipra Jain to present Vyom with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Of tradition and elegance of movement transport you to the world of cultural splendor. As each step unfolds a story and every gesture speaks a language of its own. Immerse yourself in a celebration of art, passion and heritage through dance. Let's call the dance troupe on stage.
Yeah. We keep it Indian, rapping all the billions, spread from Melbourne to Michigan. We used to living with villains and often killers, but sinners we never oblivious of our God the illest. Far from errors, we high five fellas, divine relics. On microphones we define sickest. Apart from my name, this one thing, these women like saying, dropping the purest of flows. You like that, baby? It's the matches on the show. We like that. The words generic, verbs are methodic. Belief was genetic, the fate try and measure it. Imposing intent to fiends, stepping on the evil, I'm crushing the lesser beings beneath my feet and expose your cowardice and keep you on the ground till you know you're powerless. Ain't no pacifist, nah, we ain't never this calm, we do no wrong, but if you do it then we become a demigod, taking forms, leaving enemies harmed. So get along, together we be singing this song like this. Yeah. Avidyana mantasti mera mihira dvipanagire Jananam Chaitanya-stavakam Karandastudishari. Translation. Oh gracious one, you're the sun that dispels the darkness of the unlettered. You're the stream of consciousness for the unthinking fool. Daridanam Chintamani Gunanika Janma Jalado Nimagnalam Tamsha Muraripubara Hasya Bhavati. Yeah, Garisa, 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 da 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 da. Yo, I jump into the scene, performing the backflip. Burn the devil, cause him to turn into ashes. With the wrath of a woman combined with raw courage. Clash with the titan designed to cause ruckus, and you're quick to flee out the door, feeling giddy when I'm bold and ready, holding swords and machetes, y'all. Naigiri Nandini Nandita Medini Vishwa Vinodini Nandanute Girivara Vindya Shirodini Vasini Vishnu Vilasini Vishnurude Bhagavati Heshiti Ganga Kutumbini Bhuri Kutumbini Bhuri Kute Jaya Jaya He Mahishasura Mardini Nanyata Kantini Shailasute Naigiri Nandini Nandita Medini Vishwa Vinodini Nandanute Girivara Vindya Shirodini Vasini Vishnu Vilasini Vishnurude Bhagavati Heshiti Ganga Kutumbini Bhuri Kutumbini Bhuri Kute Jaya Jaya He Mahishasura Mardini Nanyata Kantini Shailasute.
Let's have a loud round of applause for the teachers of EuroSchoolKharadi who gave us this graceful dance performance.
Next up, we have a speaker who will change the way you see superpowers. What if the most extraordinary abilities weren't supernatural but already within you, hidden in plain sight? Often, the strengths we overlook, the talents we take for granted, and the qualities that come naturally to us are our true superpowers.
Kanav Tejwani is a passionate public speaker with years of experience delivering impactful speeches. Trained under Mentor Academy, he has honed his communication skills while also excelling as a musician and sports enthusiast. With a mindset driven by growth and self-improvement, he proves that unlocking our strengths starts with recognizing what's already within us. Let's welcome Kanav Tejwani on stage.
Your superpower. Hello. Hello. Hello everyone. Your superpower isn't something which is already within you. It is something you have to hone. You have to improve it. Good morning everyone. I am Kanav, and today I'll be talking about and taking you through a journey to decode your superpower. Now, what the question is what is a superpower? A superpower is a set of abilities you have already or something you're good at, something like a hobby. You have to realize that your superpower isn't something grand or something supernatural. It can be something very simple or something which you're praised for. I also have certain superpowers like public speaking and consoling my loved ones. Let me take you through a journey to show you my superpowers. It was in the 10th grade, I was admissioned into an academy for my English and my personality development. I was scared, I was a shy boy, I did not talk to a lot of people. One day, 1 minute before the speech, the boy cancelled. I was supposed to give the speech now. I was scared, I could sense the fear in my voice. My throat went dry. My hands started shaking. My heart was pounding. Then I took a breather. And then I realized that it is my turn to shine on stage. My parents were sitting there cheering for me. My mother, as usual, was very nervous. And as I went up on stage, I spoke. At first, I stumbled, but then I started to speak confidently. I realized something. I wasn't just good at speaking, it was my superpower. After the speech, I went home, I relaxed a bit, and I thought about it. I just realized I have something supernatural, which is at least for me. I realized something which I was scared of is actually my favorite ability, something I love doing now. Over time, I developed this skill, and here I am now, talking at TEDx. My second ability is consoling the loved ones I have, my parents, my friends. I have a friend of mine. She and I have been long-distance friends for a long time, and she's always been helpful to teach me how to console people as well as get consoled by me. I've practiced talking to many people, meeting many people around the world through online and offline platforms. I've realized that this is also a superpower, something which I love doing. Now, that's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Now, there are 3 subtle steps into decoding your superpower. Now, what are they? The number 1 is look what you're good at. Something which you enjoy doing, something like a hobby, swimming, making people laugh, or being emotionally intelligent, like me. Well, you not only have to decode them, but you also have to improve them, right? Practice it every day. Look yourself in the mirror and say, you have this superpower. Yes, I love it. I love doing it. And secondly, talk to others about your feedback. Ask your parents, what am I good at? What is something you've always loved about me? Chances are that what you're good at is something people know before you do. And last but not the least, you have to share this superpower with the world. Personal success is not what a superpower is defined by. Personal success is not something which your superpower is defined by. You have to share your superpower with the world. Change it for the better. Now, after you've done acquiring or decoding your superpower, you have to practice it again and again. You have to go out there, get out of your comfort zone. As someone said earlier, Thomas Edison failed 1,000 times. What if he stopped at the 500th time? What if he never tried again? What if he never practiced making the light bulb? Imagine then, we would be sitting without light. Now that sucks. Last but not the least, please use your superpower for the good. Now, my superpower was a combination of resilience, perseverance, and self-determination, along with some emotional intelligence. I've realized that superpowers are not just something which you find with Mr. Superman or someone very special. Every single one of you sitting in this room has a superpower. It is just a matter of time before you hone it, decode it, and make it yours. A superpower is a tool in your box. You have to use it at the right time and at the right moment. And of course, for the betterment of not only your life, but the lives around you. Let me end with a quote. Your superpower isn't just an ability. It is something which you hone. Make it alive. Make yourself alive with it. Use it to change the world. Thank you, everyone.
A big thank you, Kanav, for your inspiring talk. You have reminded us that true superpowers are often closer than we think. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Ms. Isha Shetty to present Kanav with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Kanav.
Our next speaker embodies the spirit of continuous growth. In a world where comfort zones often limit our potential, she believes that the key to success lies in asking, what's next? Embracing challenges, evolving with change, and striving for greater heights.
Mrs. Vandana Dogra is a dynamic business leader heading the technology practice at Inkjet Technologies with expertise in managing large-scale programs and global teams. She is also a strong advocate for diversity and inclusion. Her journey extends beyond the corporate world. She was crowned Mrs. India's Runners-Up 2024 and serves as the State President of Karnataka Defence Forces Council.
Check. Audible? Hello? Yeah. Hi everyone. It's great to be here. First of all, I'd like to thank the TEDx team for this incredible opportunity. The topic of my talk is the What Next Mindset, Fuel for Growth. This is about building a mentality of proactively seeking new opportunities and setting new goals, which is why I'm here today. Picture this. Imagine you wake up one day in the morning and you suddenly realize you have the ability to fly. No wings, just the sheer power to take off into the sky at your own will and command. Now think about it. What if I told you that within each one of us lies a dormant superpower? You might think that it sounds like a stuff of fantasy, but I'm not here to weave tales of magic. Instead, I aim to share the story of these superpowers through the lens of my own life experience and the science that has begun to peel back the layers of human potential. This journey is about transitioning from the ordinary to uncovering something truly extraordinary that lies within each one of us. As a child, I was always fascinated by ordinary people doing extraordinary things. I was also fascinated by the fame and recognition that came along with it. I wanted to be one of them. Imagine sold-out stadiums with fans screaming and your face plastered on billboard. I wanted to be someone for whom people would line up for autographs. I used to practice hours on how to get that perfect autograph, hoping that one day, with enough determination, I would achieve that stage in my life. Life kept happening, and with every chapter in my life, I was discovering myself, and that is where the shift happened. The shift from seeking fame to creating a meaningful life that has unlocked the superpower of its own, the power to transform, the power to influence, the power to inspire through authenticity and purpose. So I'll take you back in time, how it all started. Growing up in an army background, I was always changing places, shifting schools, shifting homes, and that was the way of life for me. After every 2-3 years, I used to find myself in a totally new environment, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. As a child, it was tough for me. I used to struggle to make new friends. I remember having gone to my dad once crying inconsolably because at that age, leaving friends is one of the toughest things to do. And I asked him, Daddy, can we not stay in one place forever? And I also recall what my dad replied back then. He said, my child, you need to look at the other side of things. With every travel, you get to see new places. You get to experience new cultures. You get to make new friends. And most importantly, you learn to adapt. And that is what is life. To make me understand better, he told me a story of a cocoon and a butterfly. I'm sure most of you would have heard that story. It's about a man who was observing a butterfly struggle to come out of the cocoon. Now, moved out of compassion, this man cut open the cocoon so that the butterfly could have an easy exit. Little did he realize that it was the struggle for the butterfly to come out of the cocoon that gave butterfly the strength to fly. Unfortunately, the butterfly died prematurely. Now, that story became my compass, and that was my first big lesson of life. That we often fail to realize that the most difficult and uncomfortable situations in our life are the ones which are actually shaping us. It's only when we look back do we realize how crucial those challenging times are in shaping to who we are becoming today. So next time, whenever you find yourself in an uncomfortable situation, remind yourself that this is where growth is happening. And for me, it was the realization of the what next mindset that was subconsciously developing. Fast forward, I joined NIT Jalandhar as a computer science student. It was a whole new world. I was living in a hostel. The newfound freedom was exhilarating. Gradually, I became a part of a lot of clubs and groups. I made a lot of new friends. My inherent nature to take charge of things, to drive things, and my what next attitude remained strong. And I was in the forefront of all the events, cultural, sports. Gradually, I became one of the popular girls of my batch. Now, with popularity comes scrutiny. I also became a subject of gossip and discussion. And let me be honest, it did impact me, but I choose to focus on things that gave me joy. I choose to focus on things that fueled my passion. And eventually, all the noise died down in the background. I did everything in college. I was there on the stage for dance, modeling, skit, sports events, everything. But there was one thing that I was longing to do, and that was to sing on the stage. Remember, sold out stadium, fans screaming with my face plastered on billboard? I wanted to live that moment. Now, despite the fact that I wasn't a great singer, I decided to give it a shot. So I went and approached one of my seniors who was a regular performer, a great singer, and I requested him if I could sing a duet with him in the upcoming cultural fest. Now, it was his kindness that he agreed. We had fun practice sessions. He was never judgmental about me. And then came in the big day. As I was climbing the stage, I was praying to God that I do justice to the performance. And as the performance unfolded, the reaction from the crowd was not what I had expected. I was booed each time I took onto the mic to sing. But here's the thing. I did not hide in shame. I did not feel embarrassed. I didn't let those boos define me. Instead, that day I realized two things. One, I wasn't a great singer, and singing wasn't meant for me. And two, I had the courage to go out there and put myself out there, do things that I wanted to do, and not worry about the outcome. And that was my second big lesson of life, that at times we hold ourselves back from trying things that we want to do because of the fear of failure, because of the fear of being judged by others. And courage is not about being perfect. Courage is about taking those risks, exposing yourself to those vulnerabilities, learning from those experiences regardless of the outcome. And eventually, I accomplished what I had set out to achieve, and my what next attitude was helping me build the courage and confidence that was coming in that process. Fast forward, I finished my engineering, landed my first job, the first company that came for campus interview. I was on cloud 9. The thrill of corporate life, financial independence, free lunch at work, it was also exciting. Destiny had some more plans in store for me. On the first day of work, I met the man of my dreams, and together we embarked a beautiful journey straight out of the fairy tale books, and before we knew it, we were married and parents to two lovely children. Now, the reality of parenting hit us fast. We were learning on job, there was no right or wrong. We had to go by our gut instincts, gut feeling, and it was a journey full of challenges and growth. And I was doing well professionally as well. I was growing up the senior leadership ladder, juggling between home and my career. And that's when my children, they started showing excellence in tennis. And before I knew it, they were competing at the national level. Now, this required one of us to travel with them for tournaments and trainings. And there was a point in time when I found it increasingly difficult to balance my career and their travels. And then I took a moment out and I asked myself, what next? Now, I had to make a choice. And after a little bit of soul searching, I decided to take a break at the peak of my career. Now, a lot of people came and questioned my decision, and they said it wasn't the right thing to do. But in my heart, I always knew that this is what I wanted to do at that point in time. What followed was a journey of growth in a direction I had never imagined. It was a journey where I made irreplaceable memories with my children, journey full of challenges, growth, victories, and I also gained a different perspective to life. I gained a heartfelt appreciation for women who sacrifice so much for their children and families, women who sacrifice their careers for their family. And then I realized that success is not solely about climbing your career ladder. Success is also about having the courage to redefine life and success in your own terms and conditions. Sometimes the bravest thing to do is to step away from what society deems as success and progress and be present where it matters the most. Time flew, kids grew, and they didn't need me the same way anymore. And before I could collect my thoughts, came in COVID. Now with COVID came in tough times. And to keep up with tough times, I had to find avenues. That's when my journey with running started. What started as short runs evolved into longer runs, and before I knew it, I was beginning to enjoy the whole process. My what next attitude remained strong, and every day I was setting new goals in my mind and I was achieving it. Running gave me a great sense of accomplishment each time I met those goals. It gave me a sense of self-awareness. And every time I pushed my body, I was getting a understanding of my capability. And this led me to regular 10Ks. And within a span of two months, I was running regular 10Ks. And this was a revelation which was born out of the constraints of lockdown. I was also introduced to yoga, meditation, mindfulness around that time. Yoga gave me a sense of peace and calm and an understanding of myself, clarity of thought, and in those prolonged moments of stillness, I realized one thing, that it was time for me to get back to work. Now, after a career break of 7 years, getting back to work in corporate industry where technology is changing every single day, I always knew it's going to be a daunting task. Every single recruitment consultant I spoke to, the moment I spoke about my break, would not return my call. I was at it. I tried and I tried and I tried, and after persistent effort, I re-entered the workforce. This time, my passion fiercer than ever before, and the fire in my belly blazing brighter than ever before. I was a women returnee wanting to learn, wanting to grow, wanting to prove herself. I put in all my efforts, hard work, smart work, whatever you call it, and I was not letting any opportunity go past me. And within an incredibly short time, I was leading a technology practice in my company. I was not just keeping up, I was in the forefront of innovation. I was writing technical blogs. I was doing complex solutioning, often challenging the domain experts. At that time, I also took an additional responsibility of leading the diversity and inclusion program in the company. Now, that was something very close to me, especially the returnship part of the program, because I had lived the challenges of these women and I had walked in their shoes. And I knew exactly the kind of struggles that they go through. Now, I wanted to innovate there as well, so I introduced a segment for the spouses of defense forces. This was something very close to me because this was a community I was a part of, and in a way, it was a platform for me to give back to them. Now, as I was navigating these roles, something powerful started to unfold. I started receiving messages from these women whose lives had been transformed because of the work that I was doing. They messaged me saying that my efforts were helping them regain confidence, rebuild their career. Now, those messages became my fuel. And I realized that I was doing something meaningful, much more meaningful than the regular mundane work that I was doing before. The work was impactful enough to receive industry-level awards, recognition followed, and this is where I learned my next big lesson in life, that there is no greater joy than to inspire, influence, and impact lives. And success is not just about your own personal achievements. Success is also about empowering others. And when you uplift others, you elevate yourself in ways that you cannot imagine. This was one of the most fulfilling chapters of my life. And I didn't rest there. So after a while, I did again ask myself, what next? I wanted a bigger platform. I wanted to amplify my voice. I wanted to give that passion of mine a greater push, passion around women empowerment. That's when a friend of mine sent me a message regarding the audition of Mrs. India. And that friend of mine believed very strongly that I had everything that it took to do well in the pageant. And now the very thought of the crown, the queen, the ramp on the national platform, it was also exciting. And it was this belief of my friend that pushed me to take that first step forward. And I thought to myself, now this is my chance. In case I do well, I can elevate my advocacy for a cause which is so close to my heart. And I gave in my best on the day of finale, and what came out of it, I think those moments I can never forget. You know, I was walking with the crown on the ramp, my final walk as Mrs. India runners-up, and it was a great feeling, and I knew I had achieved what I had set out to. One thing in life leads to another, and because of my accomplishment and my work around women empowerment, I was also selected as WICCI State President of Karnataka Defence Forces Council. And again, this was a community which I belonged to, and it was also an opportunity for me to give back to the community in a bigger way, in a very big platform. So at the end of it, I'd like to leave this thought that the life that you want begins by having the courage to step into the unknown. There's a very famous quote by Napoleon Hill that whatever your mind can conceive and believe, it can truly achieve. I have explored various paths in my life. I have embraced journey of change, of challenges, and I have done whatever I had in my mind, and I've been setting goals every single day. And this is what has led me to a meaningful life. So next time, when you achieve a small milestone in your life, ask yourself, what next? Thank you so much.
Let's have a loud round of applause for Mrs. Vandana.
Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you, Mrs. Vandana, for your thought-provoking talk. Your journey is a testament to the power of perseverance and embracing new challenges. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Mrs. Surbhi Keskar to present Mrs. Vandana with a memento in appreciation of her participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Our final speaker brings a powerful reminder that sometimes the greatest superpowers aren't the ones we see in comic books. They are the ones hidden within us, waiting to be unmasked. In a world that often rushes to judge, he challenges us to pause, to understand, and to embrace that one power that can truly change lives: empathy.
Ansh Srivastava, a grade 4 student, is a passionate public speaker, musician, and science enthusiast with a track record of excellence in competitions like Sciathon, declamation, spell bee, and Olympiads, he brings curiosity and confidence to everything he does. Known for his cheerful and compassionate nature, Ansh believes in using his voice to inspire those around him. Today, he will take us on a heartfelt journey, one that will challenge the way we see ourselves and others, and help us discover the true power of kindness, understanding, and connection. Let's welcome Ansh Srivastava on stage.
What if I tell you we all have a hidden superpower? A power so strong it can change lives, mend hearts, and maybe even save the world. Sounds incredible, doesn't it? But here's the catch. It's so well hidden that most of us don't even know we have it. I didn't know I have it until I accidentally found it. It all started a few months ago when a new neighbor moved in along with a young boy of my age. At first, I didn't think much of it. But then I started noticing he acted differently. He would say things that seemed out of place. He would speak in a way that quite didn't match his age. And his behavior sometimes made me feel uncomfortable. His behavior was like trying to solve a maths problem with no solution. Frustrating and confusing. Whenever we played as a group, the vibe always changed. One day, he approached us and one of my friends cracked a joke on him. We all laughed. He looked at us, turned and walked away. Hey, come on, we were just joking, I called out, but he ignored. We shrugged it off, thinking he's being overdramatic. Obviously, we were having some casual fun. We laughed at his awkwardness, not realizing how our actions were hurting him. Soon, he became quieter, and even when we crossed paths in the lobby or in the elevator, he never spoke a word. One day, I couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why don't you come down to play? Why are you so quiet?" He shrugged and looked down. I can still remember his quiet voice. He said, "Nothing, I'm fine." At that moment, I assumed he was just isolating himself on purpose. I believed that all our actions were just harmless fun and he was being too sensitive on it. But then something happened. Karma came knocking. A moment that changed everything. It was my first day at the guitar class, something I had been excited about and even prepared a piece to play. But as soon as I entered the room, my excitement turned into nerves. I realized I was more like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star than being a rock star. I looked around and saw everyone play with such ease, their fingers moving confidently across the strings. On the other hand, I was struggling. My hands shook, my fingers fumbled with every note I played, and the sound coming from my guitar was nowhere near to what I had practiced. It can be described as a cat
fighting a vacuum cleaner. And then I heard it. A whisper, a giggle. I glanced over and saw that some of the older students were laughing. And one of them even said loud enough for me to hear it clearly. Wow, he's really struggling. At that moment, I felt embarrassed. I felt small. My face grew hot. And the only thing I could think about was, why were they laughing at me? They don't know how hard I've practiced. They don't know how nervous I am. And it's my first day at the guitar class. But then, something inside me clicked. It was like a light bulb going off. My neighbor, my friend, the one I had judged so quickly, he must have felt the same like this. He must have felt the same sense of loneliness. I felt awful that I only thought about having my own fun. A few weeks later, I found out the truth. My neighbor had a condition and was not as normal as we are. At that moment, a sudden wave of guilt hit me. He was sad and I had no idea. Instead of showing him kindness, I had made fun. Instead of supporting him, I had pushed him away. I realized I had missed the chance to use my own superpower. A power that could have made my friend feel more important. And that superpower is empathy. Empathy is the ability to step into someone else's shoes, to feel what they feel, and to understand their situation. It is the power to connect, to care, and to make people feel they are less alone. When we use empathy, we don't just make someone feel better. We unmask their hidden potential. And maybe, just maybe, we unmask our own. Imagine if we all chose empathy first. Imagine if, instead of judging, we started understanding. Imagine if, instead of looking into someone's actions, we took the time to look into their heart. And you know what? It doesn't take any special skill. It only takes a moment to pause, to listen, and to care. We live in a world that's sometimes quick to judge, quick to assume, and quick to turn around from others' pain. But empathy can change that. With empathy, we can make people feel like they matter. What kind of world would that create? A beautiful world where everyone felt valued, where everyone felt understood, and where no one felt invisible. And the best part? Empathy is free. No download needed, no subscription fee, and no terms and conditions apply. As I wrap up, I want to leave you all with one final question to think about. Why do we only understand others' pain? Only when we experience it ourselves. Let's choose empathy and make the world kinder, more compassionate, and more connected, because we all have the power to change someone's life. And who knows? Empathy one day might just change the world. So, let's not wait anymore. Let's choose empathy today. Thank you.
A big thank you, Ansh, for such a meaningful and thought-provoking talk. You have reminded us that empathy isn't just a feeling, it's a superpower that can truly transform the world. Could you please stay back on stage? May I now invite Dr. Reshma Sheikh and Ms. Malaika David to present Ansh with a memento in appreciation of his participation as a speaker at TEDxYouth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Ansh. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the grand finale of this incredible event, we reflect on a day filled with inspiration, talent, and unforgettable moments. Each performance, each speech, and each applause has made this celebration truly special.
We will now introduce you to the organizing core team of EuroSchoolKharadi that kept the show running. Presenting to you now is a powerful video paying tribute to the strong, dynamic, and amazing team associated with EuroSchoolKharadi. These exceptional individuals have contributed immensely to the success of today's event.
There's a moment in your bones when the fire takes over. Blood is running, heart is pumping as the battle gets closer. They can say what they want now, 'cause we'll be screaming out, we can be heroes everywhere we go. We can have all that we ever want. Every spotlight, every soundbite, everybody who gave up is just a fuel for wanting him more than anybody against us.
our principal, Dr. Reshma Sheikh, to present the certificates to Ms. Rupali, who will accept the appreciation on behalf of the entire team. Thank you, ma'am.
Every remarkable journey deserves a moment of reflection and gratitude. As we bring this inspiring event to a close, it is time to acknowledge the incredible efforts of those who made TEDx Youth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025 a grand success. To deliver the formal vote of thanks, I now invite our co-organizer, Ms. Malaika David, to take center stage.
Good evening, everyone. Can we hear it louder for this team here? A truly special event is never complete without pausing to express gratitude to those who made it possible. As we come to the end of this incredible evening at TEDx Youth at EuroSchoolKharadi 2025, my heartfelt appreciation goes out to each and every one of you for contributing to the youth success of this event. At the core of this initiative is our esteemed principal, Dr. Reshma Sheikh. Can we hear it up for her? Whose vision, leadership, dedication, and relentless efforts have been the cornerstone of this event's success. You have given our students a platform to express, inspire, and dream big, and for that, we are truly, truly grateful to you, ma'am. To the dignitaries from the Lighthouse Learning Group, thank you for being here today and for believing in the power of young minds. Your presence has made this event even more meaningful. A huge shout out to the man, Mr. Anandpal Shinde, the admin manager leading the admin team, for working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that every detail was taken care of. Your dedication and meticulous planning have made this event run seamlessly. I would also like to mention here Robert sir. He was here till 11:30 last night. Huge success. A huge round of applause to Team Torrance, our music partners. Can we hear it up for the band? Whose choir performance set the perfect tone for the event. And for Brian's Academy of Dance, led by Mr. Sagar, who trained our amazing young ladies, whose dance filled the stage with energy and passion. Your performances were nothing short of spectacular. To our incredible speakers, young and old, your words have sparked new challenges, ideas, perspective, and inspired us to push our own limit, and you have truly left us in awe today. Thank you for sharing your journeys with us, for traveling from all across the country and even outside the country, from Abu Dhabi, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and from Pune as well. So a huge shout out to you all. Can we hear it up for them once again? And finally, to the amazing team, our core team members and student volunteers. You are the heart and soul of this event. Your late nights, hard work, and unwavering enthusiasm made this dream a reality. And we couldn't have asked for a better team, right, ma'am? Yes, we can hear it up once again for them. As we close this chapter, let's carry the spirit of TEDx Youth with us, the spirit of curiosity, resilience, and the courage to think differently. Thank you once again for being here and making this day so special. I now request you all to please rise in respect of our national anthem.
Mana Adhinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Before we close, I've missed mentioning one very important person. Can I have Mr. Yogesh Gokhale in front, our event partner? Can we have a huge round of applause for him? The sound, lights, technicals were all handled by his and an amazing team, even right now doing the same. So thank you so much for partnering with us, and we look forward to many more. We will now keep the stage open for personal pictures and then move for high tea. The high tea for the speakers and dignitaries is served in the lobby that we were placed at in the morning. And for all the other volunteers and attendees, it's been placed in the cafeteria. Thank you so much and have a good evening.